Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin.
No, because we'd actually.
Oh, they're on.
He was out.
All right. Welcome to Pod Save the World. I'm Tommy Vitor.
I'm Ben Rhodes.
We are kind of token lefty crazy liberals at this year's Aspen Security Forum. Thank you for having us. It's
we got
great
the
to be
marquee
here.
time slot.
Yeah. Thanks to everyone at Aspen for inviting us to be here and for all of you for coming out this morning. I know it's early. We got a two-part session for you. So Ben and I are going to talk a bit about President Trump's primetime address last night and claims of election interference. We're going to step back and do a little navel-gazing about U.S. foreign policy, in particular, the role it may have played in the fact that Americans no longer trust their government or trust institutions. And we'll talk about foreign policy's role in that erosion of trust, and talk about the blob, a phrase coined by my co-host here. Then we're going to take a quick break, reset the stage, and then start the official programming for today. And then Ben and I are going to interview UN General Assembly President Annalena Baerbock, so excited for that as well. But first, let's talk about Trump's speech, Ben. Last night he demanded time from the major networks for a primetime address to talk about the top issue on the minds of every voter, an election that happened 6 years ago. Senator Bernie Moreno previewed the speech as possibly the most important Oval Office address since the Cuban Missile Crisis. Do you think it delivered on that?
Easily. It probably exceeded it. Tom.
Remember when you didn't want to raise expectations in advance of a speech?
Yeah. I remember that very well.
What happened with that?
Yeah.
So the speech started with Trump bragging about some accomplishments about the economy. It's clear like the domestic advisors got to him and they were like, please, sir, don't make this all about 2020. Like, talk about the economy. But the bulk of it was about election security, with the goal of drumming up political support for the SAVE Act, which is stuck in the Senate. So the election security section ranged from like standard concerns you could hear from any president about voting machines and technology to what seemed like almost attacks on his old intelligence team from the first term to these like vague demands for investigations and indictments. And then he declassified a bunch of intelligence about election systems, vulnerabilities in electronic voting, a bunch of stuff about China, and an investigation into voter registration groups in Michigan, and then claims about non-citizens. So Ben, let's just get your reaction to the speech, and then I'll talk about some of the stuff I noticed within the documents.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I think it is relevant to talk about this at the Aspen Security Forum because it's at the nexus of the security of American democracy, and also his claims of fraud and interference often have a kind of foreign nexus to them. My overall, takeaway is, first of all, not surprising. There wasn't really any there. There was like, I spent a lot of time last night just trying to figure out what he was talking about and reading documents that didn't in any way validate what he had said. I do think that the two main takeaways I would leave people with, though, are, first of all, it bears noting that he has systematically dismantled all of the tools of government that had been put in place to prevent against foreign interference.
Right.
So all the capabilities of the intelligence community, the capabilities within the Justice Department that are designed to detect, disrupt, report on foreign interference have been removed. And so he was complaining about a lack of capacity that he himself brought about. I think the second and more important thing that we all have to bear in mind is all of this is just to create a pretext to preemptively sow doubt, not about the 2020 election, but about the upcoming midterm election. And so, we remember Tulsi Gabbard, DNI at the time, participating over the seizing of ballot boxes in Fulton County. The intelligence community is being brought into this effort by Trump to kind of create some pretext to sow doubt in the minds of at least his supporters around those midterm elections. And so I think, unfortunately, what this speech tells us is that we should expect a lot of effort and misinformation around foreign interference, around domestic threats, around the need to securitize and federalize what should be state-run elections, potentially pretext to seize ballot boxes before votes have been counted. Like, I see this as a warning sign that we are going to be in it in terms of a potential democratic crisis around these midterms.
Yeah. So I assumed the speech itself would be rhetoric. I did, kind of like approach the documents with an open mind because, they're declassified documents. Maybe there's something interesting there. But as I went through, a lot of it looked old. I mean, a lot of experts I follow who studied this stuff closely say there's just not a lot of new emails or information there. Like, there's some declassified emails, there's some raw intelligence documents, but the overall assessments haven't changed and they've been publicly disclosed. So the key document regarding claims of election interference in 2020 is this National Intelligence Council report that was released in 2021. So it was prepared by Trump staff, released by the Biden administration. It found that there were a handful of countries kind of running influence operations in support of various candidates, but none tried to change voter registration, vote counting, the vote reporting, nothing to materially impact the results or to manipulate the results. That assessment found Russia tried to hurt Biden to help Trump, Iran tried to hurt Trump, China probed various systems but decided the juice wasn't worth the squeeze if they got caught. And then there were some other, the Cubans, the Venezuelans were kind of mucking around, but nothing of note. But again, Trump kind of released these raw documents, like these emails. They're hard to vet for accuracy. There's a redacted PDB piece. There's a CIA wire report, but nothing that challenges that consensus opinion. But also the existence of those documents undercut his broader claim that this was suppressed somehow. Like, it went up in the PDB, it went in the CIA wire report, which is widely disseminated. With respect to China, the documents show some debate in the intelligence community about what China did. The overall IC assessment is that China considered interfering but didn't. But there's this one intelligence officer who dissented and said, quote, Beijing has taken at least some low-level exploratory steps, but not the most aggressive options. But again, we knew that. That was in this 2021 report that was released. Kind of hilariously, Trump undercut his own claim that Russia never interfered in our elections. He released documents that confirm Russia tried to interfere in 2020 to hurt Biden. It says Russia tried to, quote, orchestrate a high-profile corruption scandal and then push narratives about voter fraud resulting from mail-in balloting. That's like Burisma, Hunter Biden, all that stuff. And then John Solomon, who's this right-wing journalist who was brought in to kind of create all this material, was interviewed afterward by Von Hilliard at MS Now. And he said, quote, the intelligence community has zero evidence that a foreign power flipped a vote in 2020, 22, or 2024. And so it kind of undercut Trump's entire claim here. So I guess this is why they brought in Bill Pulte to be the director of national intelligence. I wouldn't say he's delivered yet.
Yeah. Well, I two reflections. Like, one is on this issue of election interference itself, and another is on what the purpose of this was. On the election interference, I think one thing, because the documents show that there's not been any successful or even really concerted effort to affect the outcome of an election, right? The vote tabulation, the functioning of the electoral system. So all of this era of election interference, including 2016, by the way, has been principally about interference in the form of, misinformation, disinformation, or just outright overt messaging from foreign governments or their kind of cutouts. I do think 2016 was a little bit different in that you also had hack and release operations, right? So the reason that 2016 felt materially different to me is that you had efforts to hack into people's emails and release them. So you have a kind of criminal activity on behalf of an interference effort. But I would freely acknowledge, as we did at the time, despite what Trump has said, we didn't determine that Russia materially affected the vote count in 2016. Now, when you look at these reports, none of this is surprising. Every government with like an interest, they're just reflecting their positions, right? Like Russia doesn't like Biden. China kind of doesn't really have a favorite, and they just want to kind of undermine trust in institutions. Iran didn't like Trump. None of this is a surprise. That's what those governments actually would say if they were speaking openly.
Right.
And so we're living in an era where countries regularly interfere in the politics of other countries because social media makes it easy and low cost to do so. And that's just something we live with. What is a different question is whether you are literally trying to interfere in the vote count, and we see no evidence that that's the case. But that leads me to, again, what is he doing here? It's a tried and true playbook where he doesn't need to actually have a there. He doesn't actually need to have some smoking gun. He just needs to create enough of an appearance of discrediting the electoral system, of some semblance of a scandal that can then ricochet around his media ecosystem. It doesn't matter if people like us are persuaded or not. He just has to kind of create enough energy and doubt and distrust among his core supporters to provide a basis for, again, if we get to a place where there are ICE or military at polling stations or efforts to seize voting machines. So nobody should take comfort in the fact that this didn't land well, because the purpose of this is just to create a smokescreen.
Yeah, it's long term. A White House official told Politico it was as on the rails as possible. So that's the kind of verdict you want from your own staff about your primetime
I was
address.
always pleased when I participated in the Oval Office address and I got that feedback.
All right, let's talk about part two, the blob. Ben, do you want to define the blob for everyone here?
Well, we thought we had to kind of go right at this question. I think what I was getting at back in 2016 was a kind of groupthink mentality that I freely acknowledge, like as someone who is at the upper echelons of the national security apparatus of this country, like at times I was a participant in, where you tend to have a bias towards intervention, be it military intervention or the imposition of sanctions. You tend to not question what you've done or own up to mistakes, and you therefore tend to kind of repeat patterns of behavior that are not working. And that have been losing credibility with the public. I was doing this particularly in the context at that time of the debate over the Iran nuclear agreement, which is
we'll get into that.
Because I was basically referring to the adversaries of that agreement. It was a pretty pitched battle at that time politically. I should say it was harder to do a nuclear agreement than it was to take this country to war, which is something I think we all need to reflect on. Why is it harder to get a JCPOA through Congress than it is to launch a war against Iran or Libya or another country? And so that was kind of what I was trying to identify.
So let's talk about the problems with the blob. And the thesis here is that the blob is helping hasten this erosion of trust and faith in institutions, and it needs to be reformed and changed. And so we'll unpack some of the reasons why. And I think one of the reasons I think people have frustrations with the kind of permanent foreign policy class is it feels like there's no accountability. There's no accountability for bad policies, bad decision making, and people just kind of hang on forever. Like, take John Bolton, for example. Guy's been in Washington for decades. There's no country he does not want to invade. There's no threat he won't hype, and yet he kind of Fox News hitted himself into becoming the national security advisor again until he was indicted by the president. And I think that gets at this lack of accountability. I think the primary policy example is still the Iraq War. It was, I think, self-evidently a catastrophic disaster. Hundreds of thousands of Iraqis were killed, thousands of U.S. service members. We wasted trillions of dollars, and yet it feels like the architects of that war have faced no professional consequences and are often treated as kind of foreign policy luminaries, while there are these lonely voices who oppose the war, or great journalists like the team at Knight Ridder that were reporting on the truth and undercutting the administration's claim, and they are hardly celebrated. Like, in fact, they're largely forgotten. And so there were a couple of examples, frankly, not to pick on anyone, but here at Aspen this week, Condoleezza Rice offered some comments about Iran that I wanted to highlight. She said about the threat from Iran, "When I hear it wasn't imminent, do you really want to wait until it's imminent? Of the nuclear deal, of cutting a nuclear deal, I wouldn't buy a nuclear agreement under any circumstances. I just let them, Iran, sit there and stew in their lousy economy." And then of Europe's refusal to join Trump's war with Iran, quote, "With Americans fighting, whatever you say about it, this isn't our war," is not really a very smart thing to say. Then recounted a story about Jacques Chirac and Gerard Schroeder opposing the Iraq war and how much it pissed off George Bush. And again, I don't want to pick on Dr. Rice, but I would just say, like, first of all, that comment about the threat from Iran sounds nearly identical to the infamous "we don't want the smoking gun to be a mushroom cloud" line about Iraq WMD, which was discredited. With respect to the JCPOA, which I believe she opposed, Trump tore it up. That's the problem. Now we're in the war that everyone was trying to avoid. And Trump himself is billing it as a new forever war. And then again, when we talk about like Iran stewing in its bad economy, I think we should be clear that 90 million people get to then stew in that bad economy and suffer. And then finally, I'm sure Bush was frustrated with Schroeder and Chirac, but they were right, and he was wrong. So I'm like, I don't know the value of that anecdote all these years later. So Ben, again, not trying to be a jerk, but if we can't learn from a mistake as obvious as Iraq, what can we learn from?
Yeah, and I'll turn internal here, because the Democratic Party has its own problems in this regard. I mean, you and I were chatting last night. We've kind of defaulted to a certain perspective at times. You take like a Bob Menendez, for instance, hawkish guy, pro-Iraq war, anti-JCPOA, obviously corrupt, and yet was allowed to continue to be the lead Democrat on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee after narrowly averting one corruption investigation. And so to me, the question is, because if you take Iraq, I think sometimes there are often these conversations about why do Americans not appreciate enough the role we play in the world, or do they not understand that the United States has a central role to play in underpinning an international order, which has now, frankly, unraveled. When the message from the electorate for successive presidential elections has been, we want accountability over the Iraq war. Like, Barack Obama, our first boss, would never have become president of the United States without his opposition to the Iraq war. That was the single policy difference with Hillary Clinton in the 2008 primary that allowed him to win. Donald Trump in 2016 ran against Jeb Bush and the legacy of the Iraq war. That is when he caught fire. And so the message from the public is, we want accountability for these foreign policy disasters and for these forever wars. I would say that one way to do that, there are a couple ways to do that. One is, I think the people that participate in American foreign policy have to be more willing to acknowledge error. When I look back on the Libya intervention in the Obama years, which I supported, I have to acknowledge that turned out to be the wrong decision. And it turned out to be a decision that perpetuated aspects of American foreign policy that have alienated people in this country and around the world. Because while I can defend it on the basis that it succeeded in a near-term objective of averting Gaddafi from massacring some civilians, it created, through regime change, effects that have destabilized North Africa and the Sahel ever since. And I think people, yes, they want to see different people in positions of power and authority when it comes to foreign policy. They want to see generational change, just as we want to see generational change with politicians. They want to see generational change with the people who are responsible for American foreign policy. But they also want to see people, and I think would show some grace to people if they were willing to reckon with error. and didn't feel like they had to dig in and defend everything. And particularly, it's intervention that we fail to reckon with. Like we've now had Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, and Iran, which was an attempted regime change war. None of these have worked. And instead of questioning whether we can do it better, we need to be questioning why we continue to try to engage in regime change wars in the first place.
Right. The problem wasn't just the intelligence about Iraq WMD. The problem was engaging.
Or
in
we didn't
regime
send
change
enough
operations.
troops or
Right.
whatever.
Right.
You know.
Another challenge with the blob, this sort of gets at what you were just talking about, is that some members of the kind of permanent foreign policy establishment class act like foreign policy is somehow above or separate from or immune from politics. And you and I would often go to meetings in the Situation Room, and someone would sort of performatively say, like, politics has no place in these walls. And, like, they had good intentions. They were trying to signal that we are making national security determinations, not, decisions of political expediency. But, of course, politics was in that room. We were only allowed in that room because Barack Obama won a couple elections. But the mentality you hear in D.C. is often that foreign policy and national security, these are matters that are discussed and decided by small groups of elites, and are matters without real input from the rest of the country. And I think that can lead to the establishment in both parties making mistakes and ignoring the will of voters. That's how you end up with the Democratic Party ripping itself apart over Gaza, which is happening today. Or how you end up with Trump running on not starting any new regime change wars and then launching one with Iran, never mind Venezuela. And so, Ben, how do you think about how to better incorporate the will of the people, democratize these decisions, while also acknowledging that populism, nativism, isolationism, those are powerful political forces that can lead to really, really bad foreign policy outcomes?
Yeah, this is such an important question. First of all, the things that I think a lot of us can agree on, right? That you would want a functioning international order, that you would want to sustain alliances, that you would want to sustain certain overseas commitments, foreign assistance among them, that you need to have a credible intelligence community. Those things depend on maintaining trust. The way to defend those things is not to pull up the drawbridge from politics and public opinion and say, we know better. That's been a recipe for essentially the dismantling of those things, because you become so distant from the people that it opens up a space for populism to kind of come directly at you. And at a time of anti-establishment sentiment that we've been living through for not just a decade, but I would argue since 2006, I mean, Obama ran as a populist. Right. We've been living through that. I think the second thing is you do need to incorporate some respect for public opinion into your decision making, because this is a democracy. And if you cannot sustain your policies because you lack public support for those policies, nothing you do is going to succeed. And to take it, sometimes, by the way, the public has it right. And if you look at Gaza, as we were experiencing that through late 2023 into 2024, there was just no way to explain to Democratic voters why this policy made sense. The machine had been built to provide a certain amount of military assistance and kind of an open spigot to the Israeli government. The Israeli government was clearly ignoring the counsel of the Biden administration. The Biden administration was even putting out, hey, we really are unhappy with what Netanyahu is doing, or Biden had a really tough phone call with him. And yet all the public sees is their tax dollars funding all of these weapons going to an Israeli government that is using them to destroy civilians inside of Gaza, right? And that, it's not just, like when people talk about the election, it's not just whether or not there was support for that policy, it's whether you could believe anything else that the administration was saying, because they had lost such credibility in this space. So the second point is, sometimes the public opinion is telling you something that you need to listen to, or frankly is giving you space to change. It may have seemed hard to break from an Israeli government in that context, but when you have your voters telling you to do it, there's your basis for doing it. The last thing I want to say as a policy solution is, I actually think it means that Congress should be more involved in foreign policy. Yeah. If Congress had to vote to authorize these wars, they wouldn't happen. Like, Congress never would have voted to authorize the war in Iran, right? And so if we get back to a place as intended by the founders of this country, where Congress is actually the decision maker on matters of going to war or not, you would end these wars right quick. Because after the Iraq War, which ended a lot of congressional careers, ever since then, nobody has wanted to take a vote to authorize a war.
Yeah. So we're running low on time. We'll do one more complaint, and then we have some thoughts on how to fix things. The last kind of grievance with the blob is I think there's a tendency in Washington to treat pro-war people as realistic and serious, and anti-war, pro-peace voices as fringe and unserious. You see this a lot in establishment media. Lindsey Graham, who recently passed away, appeared on Meet the Press 63 times. This would have been his 64th appearance. The record for the most appearances is held by John McCain. I would wager that the overwhelming majority of those media appearances focused on advocacy for war or U.S. intervention somewhere. And on the flip side, I'm sure some folks might remember a congressman named Dennis Kucinich. He was a congressman from Ohio, something of a gadfly, kind of perennial presidential candidate, ultimately ended up working for RFK Jr. somehow. I don't know what happened with him. But his signature idea was
been a journey.
Been a journey.
Yeah, it's been a journey.
His signature idea was the creation of a Department of Peace. And it was treated like a joke. And I remember thinking that he was a joke and that idea was a joke and what a silly notion. But I went through the bill text yesterday. The mission of the department was to make peace an organizing principle of U.S. foreign policy, to promote justice, democratic principles, and expand human rights, and promote conflict prevention through diplomacy. I don't really get why that's a joke and why the Department of War, which exists and is run by Pete Hegseth, is a real thing that exists in this world. You mentioned the example of the JCPOA ban. It was nitpicked to death by Congress. They passed a law to make it harder to cut a deal with Iran while these wars just could kind of race through. So thoughts on this sort of like frustration around anti-war voices being treated as unserious before we get some solutions?
Yeah, I think there's two quick points on this. I mean, one is just the idea that, like, I started in a think tank in DC. And part of the issue here is that intervention is often presented as the solution to the problem. But then that can create a situation where every problem is a nail, and so you reach for the hammer, right? And so the way you show you're trying to solve a problem of a government doing something we don't like is to bomb it, invade it, or sanction it. And so therefore, these are the people with the solutions, and so they're platformed, where if it's someone saying, wait a second, we shouldn't do this. I mean, if you look at the people that voted against the Iraq War in Congress, they tend to be the people that are not taken seriously in certain elite media debates about these things. But so part of this is you got to change the paradigm where there needs to be more skepticism that intervention is always a solution, and that the person coming and arguing for bombing a country is therefore offering a solution that's more credible than someone who's saying, hey, we shouldn't do that. I would argue on our progressive side, we need to get more involved in foreign policy, though. Like, part of the issue is that progressives often, in the past, and this is changing now, have focused on domestic policy. And they've kind of ceded the terrain in the Democratic Party on national security to more hawkish people that end up running committees, right? You know, we had Bob Menendez and Elliot Engel running the foreign affairs committees. You know, these are the hawkish parts of the party. And so and this is happening now, but I want like an AOC to have more of a foreign policy profile, right? Bernie Sanders, when he moved after the 2016 election to have more of a foreign policy voice, was very healthy for the party.
Yeah.
And so a part of the way you do this is you have progressives, and you have to kind of create permission structures for that to happen and give them committee assignments and things like that. But you need to democratize the discourse so that it reflects the American people.
Right. Yeah, I wrote criticism of Bernie in 2016 was that he didn't really have a foreign policy agenda that he was running on, and that changed quickly after he lost. So, look, we complained about the blob. Let's talk about how to fix it. I'm going to throw out a few thought starters, and then you offer your own. I just think you need generational change within the kind of staffer class and more diversity of voices. One way to get at that is we need more transparency and oversight when it comes to foreign policy think tanks in Washington. There is a revolving door between a lot of these think tanks and institutions and the government. A lot of them have, funding from right-wing billionaires or whatever. We need fewer of those voices constantly coming in out of government and more new people. I think we need stronger lobbying bans, disclosure rules, enforcement of FARA, and just campaign finance reform too, but that's a panel for a different day. We need a bigger State Department. We need to build back a modernized version of USAID. We need to rethink and shrink the U.S. military footprint. and spending, so that we aren't just constantly adding and adding and adding without subtracting anything. Currently Trump wants a $1.5 trillion Pentagon budget. That is crazy. You mentioned this, the AUMF. We need to repeal the post 9/11 authorizations for the use of military force, and then Congress needs to put some real teeth into the War Powers Act and clarify it so that it doesn't just get ignored over and over again, including by Barack Obama. And then arms sales, I just would love to see Congress vote up or down on arms sales. Why is there not more scrutiny of like massive, major arms packages to countries around the world? But Ben, your thoughts?
I think that's a really good list, and we're short on time and I don't want to just echo it. I will say just a couple of things on this. The first is democratizing who does foreign policy. It's generational change, but it is very much like different recruitment pipelines. It is both older, but it's also a very white establishment. And if you were able to diversify the voices and the perspectives that are informing American foreign policy, you would get different outcomes as well. And then I think critically important is, I just say that a lot of the common threads to what you said, because I throw into that the permanent sanctions regimes. We sanction countries and the sanctions never go away. So we're just building sanction upon sanction, top of sanction, until, by the way, we're going to lose the dollar as a reserve currency, and things are going to get real here very fast, because we cannot sustain our standards of living without that. But in order to do things like repeal the AUMF, get Congress involved in the declaration or authorization of the use of military force, you restrict arms sales to countries engaged in human rights violations, you need to end this mindset where it is more of a political risk to take those positions than it is to advocate for sanctions and for military intervention. And the reason that should not be hard is that is where public opinion is. Yet political leaders are often far too afraid of being called weak on national security than they are in taking principled positions against those things. Public opinion keeps telling us you will be rewarded for doing this. Don't be afraid to have fights on these issues. Because if you do and start to win those fights, that's how the tide turns.
In fact, have fights, because it draws attention to these issues, as we saw with Barack Obama and we saw with Donald Trump. Okay, that's it for this section of the show. Thank you for being here. We're going to take a quick break, reset the stage, and then when we come back, you'll hear our conversation with Annalena Baerbock. So please come for that, too.
Thanks.
Hi, I'm Alana Drimmer. I work at the Aspen Security Forum. This was our second podcast ever on the stage of ASF. We're trying to reach new audiences. That wasn't an official part of our programming, but we're very happy that Ben Rhodes and Tommy Vietor came. They're going to be doing an actual interview that will be a part of our sanctioned program, and so we hope that you enjoy your break, come back, and we'll begin. Thanks, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please come in and take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you all for being with us for this really innovative new format that we have this year. As you know, we kicked off the conference a couple of days ago with one of the more conservative podcasts in the country, and we're concluding with one of the more liberal podcasts in the country. What they have in common is that all of the people working on these policy podcasts deeply care about the state of our country, really want things to improve, really want things to be very creative. So this is a new format for us, and we're excited that you're with us here to share it. Before I introduce our distinguished panel and podcast, let me spend a couple of minutes just reflecting on what we've all learned this week, all here together. First of all, I'm going to start with gratitude, because this is, as you all have seen, we have 120 speakers, we have 600 participants, we have people flying in from all over the world, from Africa, from Asia, from Europe, to Aspen, which, as you all discovered, is not the easiest airport in the world to get into. Everybody made it. I have heard that really everyone has had a wonderful time, and that is due to the incredibly hard work of this team. So can you please join me in thanking the entire Aspen Institute team, but most importantly, Neve, Leah, Deb, Alana, Karina, Maggie, Gabrielle, Ian, Griffin, Mia, Elsa, Emily, Chris, and Shanti. Dulcie Jenner, Morgan Walsh. If you see them, give them a hug. They're tired. Thanks. So I kicked off this conference a couple of days ago by reminding us that, of course, this is the year that the United States celebrates our 250th birthday. Our country was born during tumultuous times. Within 2 decades, there were revolutions, not just here in America, but in Haiti, in France. New technology was disrupting everything. The steam engine was changing how people traveled and worked. And within a generation, the whole world looked completely different. Well, we're living through another time like that right now. And so the challenge we gave ourselves as we kicked off a few days ago is, how do we bend this moment in time towards something more positive, more world optimistic? Times of great change are also times of great potential progress. And I challenged everyone on our stage to come up with their bold, crazy idea that maybe the time wasn't ready, but maybe now the time has come. So let me reflect a little bit on what we've heard. We came to Aspen asking how democracies can shape disruption rather than simply reacting to it. And we heard repeatedly, move faster and move together. And for us Americans, we heard from our foreign friends and from ourselves, get our own house in order. Whether discussion was AI, defense, deterrence, the consensus was that speed, adaptability, and just actually doing it have become strategically imperative. We also heard from speakers from across the political spectrum that America's greatest strength isn't any single technology or capability, it's trust. It's trust in our alliances, trust in our institutions, and trust that each of us have the best interests of our countries, our respective countries, and the world at heart. Wolfgang Schmidt from Germany challenged us to say that America must continue defining who it wants to be if it expects others to follow. Karl Rove said yesterday evening that America's influence has always rested on more than its power alone. It rests on our ability to bring others along with us. We were reminded that bold ideas require bold action. Secretary of the Navy John Phelan was with us, and he spoke about the need to transform culture and deliver at the speed of today's demands. Across sector, the message was the same. We're moving too slowly, and we need to be more innovative. Jameson Greer, the United States Trade Representative, was with us, and he is creatively incorporating joint export controls and investing screening mechanisms in the trade deals that he's negotiating, because he thinks our allies and friends should cooperate vis-a-vis some of the difficult actions taken by China. And finally, we were reminded why this work matters. Whether we were discussing Ukraine, Venezuela, emerging technologies, security is ultimately about humans. We had several Medal of Honor participants with us who spoke movingly about the fact that defense is actually about humans, about buddies protecting each other, about people protecting their ideals and their values. And so here we are on the last day of another Aspen Security Conference, reminded about the democratic values that bring us together and jointly engaged in defending those. Thank you all for being with us. And it's now my great pleasure to welcome to the stage Tommy Vietor and Ben Rhodes, both of whom prominently worked in the Obama administration. They now have a very popular podcast called Pod Save the World. And they are going to be interviewing a woman who I met last night and immediately just had such friendship and affinity for, Annalena Baerbock. She was the foreign minister of Germany from 2021 to 2025. She was really an innovator and a strong leader for her country at a very difficult time. From the Green Party, she was a strong supporter of helping Ukraine in its war against Russia. The Russians don't love you for that, but you held strong. She is now the Secretary General of the UN General Assembly, where she is helping that institution think through how does it make itself fit for purpose in this new century and in this complicated world. Annalena, thank you so much for being with us. Ben and Tommy, please come join me. Thank you.
All right, well, it's great to be back up here. Thank you so much, Madam President, for joining us for this conversation. Have admired your work as leader of the German Greens and as foreign minister. I want to start by just talking a little bit about the role of the United Nations, and then later we'll get to some of the specific things you're working on. I speak as a huge supporter of the UN system, and I wanted to kind of frame this around the fact that I've been watching, like everybody else, the negotiations around the Iran war play out in a kind of fairly improvisational, is a word you might use, manner, in Islamabad and Qatar and other places. And I've noticed the kind of absence of a UN participation in those talks, whereas during the JCPOA, the UN kind of had a formal role because it was UN Security Council Permanent 5 that were in the negotiations along with Germany. What does that say? How do we get to a place where the UN is kind of reinserted into international diplomacy on the leading peace and security issues? You've looked at this as the perspective of a foreign minister and now as a perspective of a UN officer. How can we revitalize the role of the UN in international diplomacy?
Good morning, and thank you for having me in this wonderful and beautiful landscape. Well, obviously the world is not in a good shape, to put it very diplomatic, and obviously it's a huge challenge for the United Nations. And third point, obviously, the UN needs a deep reform, and we come back to that later, so don't get me wrong that I want to sugarcoat anything with regard to the United Nations. However, I think we always have to get the context right, because context matter a lot, if we all know. So in a situation where key drivers of the Security Council are not only challenging the Charter, but attacking the Charter, it is impossible for an institution like the UN of 193 member states and 5 permanent members of the Security Council who do have a veto power to solve a war where some veto powers are involved. So in the end, the UN is always the sum of its 193. But this does not mean at all that the UN cannot do anything, and we might come back to that later as well. I mean, there's now a total revitalization of the General Assembly. And the narrative of saying we live in a polarized world, one against the other, in my point of view, is totally undercomplex. We are in a multipolarized world, and we have a 2/3 majority for kind of everything what holds this world together, from the SDG to fighting climate crisis to governance structure for AI, and also on peace and security. Because most of the countries in the world know the UN Charter is their life insurance. If we would accept that might is right again, this would be the death sentence for almost everybody, my country including, and I would even say for those strongest armies, as we can see right now with the Strait of Hormuz. You cannot end this alone with military force, and obviously this has a deep effect for your own economy. So in a nutshell, yes, the Charter is under pressure. The UN is working in very challenging times. We have to do better, and this would only work, so put pressure in the Security Council, if this 2/3 majority dares. And this comes to a deeper point now. You mentioned the war of Iran. We know the effects. We saw it yesterday night again, not all the neighboring countries, very strong Gulf countries. But when we had the discussions about resolution, be it on Gaza, be it on the Board of Peace, be it on the Strait of Hormuz, who dares to stand up and speak up? I leave it there because I'm the president of the General Assembly with 193 member states, but individual leadership matters, I would say, more than ever. And if individual leaders join forces, if 2/3 majority in individual leaders join forces, I would say they can move hardly anything. But obviously, for some of the big crises at the moment, it's not possible, and this is why we have to keep on not only reforming the UN, but also asking every individual country, do you step up in your own interest for the principles of the Charter every day?
Yeah, let me ask you one follow-up on reform then, because, it's an interesting point about the democratic body, the General Assembly, kind of taking more of a role given the divisions in the Security Council. I have often defended the UN by suggesting to people that if the member states, particularly on the Security Council, particularly the veto-wielding members of the Security Council, disagree, the system can't really function the way that we would want it to. That said, we are kind of living in a reality in which that doesn't feel like it's changing anytime soon. And so when you talk about reform, essentially the way in which the UN has a voice, the way in which component parts of the United Nations are functioning, how can the UN reform absent any kind of consensus among particularly the United States, Russia, and China? What can be done by the UN itself as an organization in a context when its kind of leading board members, to take a phrase, are at odds with each other?
So there are different parts of reform. Let me start with the political one first. We saw what member states can do a year ago at the beginning of the high-level week where I took over the presidency, where one day before the official opening happened, this was on Tuesday morning, we had the Monday morning, first celebrating 30 years of Beijing, women rights and security, also very important topic. Maybe you could touch that later as well. But then we had the two-state solution conference, organized and set up by Saudi Arabia and France. Interesting, again, coalition in these times. And the US was totally against it. They didn't even participate. Yet, and here comes my 2/3 majority example, 142 member states adopted a resolution which was a detailed plan for how to end the war in Gaza, actually something I've worked before for a couple of years, since the 7th of October, with a core group, again a core group. This is why I'm such a fan in these times of frontrunners and coalitions, not of the willing. This is a bit synonym from another time, but a coalition of those who believe that they can really do something. So it has concrete steps: disarmament of Hamas, withdrawal from the Israeli army from Gaza, access of humanitarian, steps towards the governings from the Palestinian themselves. So it's all in there. And this was adopted. And if you would look at the video from that day again, it was a celebration of the UN itself. I've never felt an atmosphere like this in this room, because it really showed to member states, wow, this is our house. This is our house of humanity, and we can do something if we do something together. And this mood, and again, politics in these times is different than in 1970. Yeah, it's all over social media. I think some who weren't there have watched that very carefully. Also how one president was there and the other was a foreign minister, two persons were celebrated at this event, because then the next day we had the official speeches by heads of states, and then we had a meeting in the Security Council. No, first we had an invitation to DC, and then we had a meeting in the Security Council, and then we had the steps towards the Board of Peace. But this last step would not have happened if we wouldn't have had that Monday and the two-state solution. And there you see all the power. Yeah, and there you see also that, and this is my theory, no single country in the world in this time can move in total isolation. So if there's this strength, so this is not an institutional reform, we don't have to change anything in the Security Council for that. We just need leadership, and we just need coalitions for protecting the Charter. Having said this, obviously, many things would be way easier if we would have an institutional reform of the Security Council. If I were a professor, and sometimes journalists pretend they are professors, and then they say, but Madam President, yeah, don't you see that we need a reform of the Security Council, that the veto is totally blocking peace? Well, obviously I see it. But then I ask back to them, since you're also having eyes, don't you see in the world that it's almost impossible at this moment to take away the veto right? And all of those who said, maybe the UN has failed, we have to build something new. Yeah, there was an effort to build something new. It was called Board of Peace. Did you see that the veto power was taken away? Well, the veto power was even increased, because there's now a single veto power that not only one country but one person has an individual veto power. So all these theoretical discussions about maybe we just build something new, I mean, this would be the end of multilateralism. Bringing me to my third point of the reform. Reform is boring. Being in national politics before, nobody applauds you of saying, you know what, I have a wonderful idea. We just change the rules of procedures, and please vote for me at the next election for that one. But as you also know, those in administrations, these reforms and rules of procedures matter heavily. So this is what we are working on. Nobody reports about it. Maybe this is also good, because then nobody is making fake news on social media about it. But the deep reform, obviously, of the Security Council, the first steps are right now. How do we get more justice of Africa having a seat, for example, at the Security Council? Yeah? This would open slightly the door. It would not change the veto power, but at least it would give more credibility to this institution. Other reforms, even more boring, but heavily crucial. How do we take away this overload? I mean, this is where especially the US is definitely right. There's an inefficiency which I could not believe as a German, because we love bureaucracy in Germany, yeah? But now I found a place where I don't love it anymore. So we really have to do something about it. And this is, again, a deep structural challenge which is not so easy to solve. You don't have any checks and balances within the UN. Yeah, so there is no finance committee challenging the government saying, well, this is a bit inefficient. It's all the member states. And again, in theory, it's very easy. Just get rid of many of the USGs and ASGs, for those who are experts in the United Nations, yeah, the highest positions in the security, in the UN, yet they are all political. You gave one to that country, you gave another one to that country, so every individual post is already a geopolitical challenge. Yet, This is what we have to do, also the next Secretary General, and maybe we can go into that deeper. But if we are not reforming this House from inside, it will collapse given the challenges from outside.
I want to follow up on Gaza and threats to the UN Charter, because it seems like the announcement of the Board of Peace, it was ostensibly to deal with long-term reconstruction in Gaza, but it does seem like it's trying to supplant or replace some of the core functions of the UN. And so far, the Board of Peace has been a failure. Almost none of the pledged money has materialized. I read recently that the international security force that they're pulling together currently has 4 members, I believe, that are supposed to provide security within Gaza. So I was wondering what you make of the Board of Peace's brief tenure and whether it's making your job harder at the UN.
Well, after a couple of months, no, because it proved what I just said, that obviously it's not so easy to build another institution, and for sure it can never ever replace the United Nations. Yet, in the moments when we had the discussions, and again, my role is now President of the General Assembly, and I represent 193. Obviously, there's hardly any consensus, so I always say I swore my oath on the Charter, and I speak on the Charter because this is the base for 193, and in the frame of the Charter, I said at the beginning, when there were discussions about the Board of Peace, there's a reason why we do have a body for peace and security where every country, no matter how big or small, how powerful or rich, has a seat at the table and an equal voice and vote at the table. So you can understand this, and obviously something else hasn't. But I was one of the few who said anything about it, also from the UN family. And this is, I think, some things, as I said, we cannot change. We cannot change the veto power at the moment. But we can change every day if we dare to speak up. And if in a situation where the UN is so heavily under pressure, because obviously it was a momentum where some thought we show now how easy peace and security can be built. And those from different countries here, there was an invitation, and I was not the foreign minister anymore, but I just said, by the way, and this is a good thing when you have media access, I just wanted to remind that in the German constitution, I don't even see how Germany could participate in this because of our history. We are bound to act for peace and security only within international organizations, regional ones, European Union, Council of Europe, and international ones, obviously the United Nations. But I felt it was a need for saying this, that we do have a constitution. But people were really searching for arguments because they, in my point of view, could not just say the simple thing of saying, well, there's a Security Council, there's a General Assembly, just take these forums. And I think this is also when we speak about Iran, again, it's not as easy as we see in the headlines, yeah? The UN failed because they didn't deal with it. The topic of Iran was not even brought to the Security Council. When we remember Iraq, there was a heavy debate in the Security Council. Again, you can have different political opinions about who was right and who was wrong in this. One of the foreign ministers from my country back then said, with all due respect, I'm not convinced. But he could only say that because the topic was in the Security Council. This time, it wasn't even in the Security Council. And I think this is really the point. If we just start off bypassing an institution, obviously it cannot act. It can still fail in their action. But the biggest threat is that we pretend we have an easy way out. And as you said, now we're a couple months afterwards. Even the funding is not there because all the complexity and sometimes also bureaucracy of the UN with all the different agencies has a region because we have specialized agencies who can go into Gaza. We have specialized agencies for health, for education, and obviously a new setup where you just say we just collect money and somehow we throw it into an area does not work at all because you need the structures in the ground, and it's even there, you don't even have the money. We need billions, and I think we have 23 million so far collected.
Not enough. You guys were right about Iraq, by the way. We were wrong. I want to ask you a question about putting on your hat as a former German lawmaker. There's The far-right AfD party, some would say, extremist or neo-Nazi party, seems ascendant in Germany. It's polling at record levels in a number of different opinion polls now. Several German states have elections in 2026. There's concern that the AfD could win outright in some of those regions. Historically speaking, as you know, other German parties have kept the AfD out of power by refusing to work with them to keep the so-called firewall up. But there's also concern that the firewall may be breaking down. How worried are you, and should we be, about the AfD's rise and potential of attaining real power in Germany?
Because I'm not a fan of claiming that politicians or presidents of the General Assembly have answers for everything, I don't have an answer, and this is my biggest fear. I really don't understand in many parts of the world, especially in democracies, especially in countries like mine, where you have everything, even health access for everybody in your country. So this narrative about everything is falling apart, and I'm such a deep fan about multilateralism, about an interconnected world, because it broadens your horizon so much. I was before a foreign minister and pretended that I knew a bit about the world. Now my daughter's going to the UN school, tell me every day, you should know, you're a foreign minister. Yeah, why don't you know about the revolution in Haiti and what it meant afterwards for colonialism? Yeah, so, I mean, we can learn every day, and obviously you learn when you travel and when you're in international context. And this is, again, at the UN, yeah, seeing and understanding the cultural background from every country, but now more in an easy way, yeah? When you travel abroad, and I think the best answer to fight extremism and fascism is you enable every school kid at the age of 16 to spend half a year in a different country. Not only that you understand the culture there, you feel what it means to be a foreigner. I was with 16 in the US, and now I'm back, obviously. Yeah, and I totally remember the first time I had to go to a doctor, how shy I was, yeah, because I didn't know the system, I didn't know what to say. Then I was making friends with a German who I would have hardly spoken to in Germany because I didn't like her at all. But at least she understood my problems, yeah? So when you have sometimes here in your own country people saying, so why don't they speak German, yeah? Why they come from Turkey and they don't speak German in our subway? I mean, I don't speak English with my children because they say it's very embarrassing with your German accents if you people hear that. So all these kind of experience, what it means, I mean, totally changes your mindset. But, now coming to Germany in the extreme right, also how you see your own country. I mean, when I'm abroad, taking the doctor's example again, yeah, even though I would be paid back at my situation right now, I'm thinking if I go with my kid to the doctor to put cash on the table. So I value our health system a lot, even though I would complain in Germany again. So I think this attitude of really trying to educate global citizens is crucial, and we should never give up on this. And if it's now the narrative of my country first, also on the European continent, this is a toxic first step, but it takes time. And now coming to your concrete questions right now, this is obviously a challenge because we cannot do the education right now on spot. And this is why at the moment, we have to hold these firewalls, as we call it currently in Germany. And we had a discussion with a couple of colleagues yesterday night. There's a difference with the extreme right party in Germany. I mean, this is based on the fascism we had 80 years ago. Yeah, this is a tradition, because we have also other extreme right parties in other countries. I discussed also a lot with other European colleagues about it. In some, for example, in Finland, with the True Finns, they formed a coalition with a theory of if they are in government, maybe they show that they are not so anti-EU because, and most of them actually did it in government, but this is really different with at least part of the AfD, but they are the core. They are anti-constitutional. We have set up, because of our horrible crimes in the past, we have a body called Verfassungsschutz, so protection of our constitution. I mean, there are reports about this party, that this is against our constitution. We have in our constitution, if this happens, you have to defend your constitution, that never ever something happens again like the Holocaust. and all the crimes like the Second World War before. So yes, we are at a crucial moment, and again, it needs backbone, leadership, or just moral human sense to say whatever the outcome is. The good thing is, again, in a democracy, yeah, you need a majority. Even if they are running first in some of the federal states you are saying now, in Germany, you still need at least 50%. So then you would need a coalition from all of the other parties. This is not nice at all. I was in a coalition with 3 parties. Obviously, it ended a bit earlier. But then we have to do it, yeah? I always say the UN was not built for the easy times, it was built for the hard times, exactly for right now, and it's the same for democracy. Democracy is easy in easy times, yeah, but it's tested in challenging times, and this is when you really see if you are a true democratic leader.
So, one last question, because I know, we were chatting, and you mentioned the Secretary General selection process. But one way to kind of frame the question coming off this is I could argue one of the reasons why there's been a loss of faith in democracy and in the international order that has kind of created an opening for the AfD and other parties is because there's a sense that decisions are now made in an opaque way, that corruption has really entered decision-making inside of governments, whether we're here in the United States or inside the international community itself in terms of how decisions are made, that people don't feel like these institutions that are supposed to be responsive to them have their interests in mind, that rather there's some back room somewhere where somebody is making a judgment. And so in that context, one of the main ways in which the UN presents itself to the world is in the selection of a Secretary General. What can you tell us about the process that is underway of selecting the next Secretary General, and what can be done to the maximum extent possible within the kind of rules of the UN to democratize that, to make it feel like a selection process that's not either corrupt or just some very powerful countries getting together and kind of forcing their candidate through?
First of all, I would disagree that the rise of the right is related to corruption. I mean, I'm speaking for my own country. Yeah, you can never put your hand in the fire.
I'm speaking for my own country. Yeah.
So obviously, good leadership is the best promotion for democratic parties. Yeah. So if you're not a good leader, and if you're even corrupt, it's even worse. People don't trust you. But if you would look maybe also a bit here or in another region, the opposite, not always the same true. Yeah, you could also spread fake news, if not to say lie, which is obviously also not a good leadership, but still people follow. But I mean, we cannot change people's minds. And again, I would also give responsibility to citizens. Yeah. I mean, democracy depends on active citizenship, yeah? And if you don't want to live in a dictatorship, you have to support democracy. And I heard always in Germany, yeah, but I don't like this party because the Greens, they are way too much on climate change, yeah? And I don't like the Conservatives because they don't take the battle with the old companies, and I don't like the ones in the middle. And I always say, well, this is democracy, it's a compromise. If you want to wash your clothes, you don't have dirty clothes, you go to the supermarket, yeah? I also could say, I don't like this washing powder because it's too expensive. I don't like the others because it's not biological as a green politician. But then if I take the other one, my children say it doesn't smell right. In the end, I have to find a compromise because I need washing powder for my clothes. And it's the same for democracy, yeah? If you want democracy, you have to decide in the end what is the compromise you take for yourself in this moment. And the good thing is, at the next election, yeah, you could take the other party because you said, well, obviously this didn't wash as I wished for 4 years or 5 years long. So now coming to the UN. Obviously, there we have also now different candidates and a promotion here. We have a town hall, which is kind of like a presidential debate next week in the General Assembly. It is being broadcasted also by a big broadcaster television show, so you can see it. And again, the question is, so which Secretary General do the people, 8 billion people, want? And the broader membership made very clear 2 years ago that after 80 years, it should be time for women. Because in 80 years, we didn't have a female Secretary General. And not only because I am a woman, which I obviously am, but because I defend the credibility, and here comes your point, the credibility of the UN. I think it's really hard to explain if, by consensus 2 years ago, the broader membership called for a female Secretary General, and then suddenly 2 years later, when we have 4 women, all in national leadership, presidents, foreign ministers, so on, and 2 men for the moment, and then you explain afterwards, like many male politicians did in the past, unfortunately, we could not find a qualified woman. Yeah, I mean, it was wrong already 10 years ago, but these times, I think it's really, really difficult, and this comes to the point of trust. I think even the strongest supporter of the UN, which are most of the time younger people, people who are really engaged in human rights, also many in women's rights, because UN has done so many things also for women. I mean, if then member states would have to explain how they could not find a qualified woman, if in theory you have 4 billion potential candidates out there in the world, I think this will be a challenge of credibility, which many, especially governments and PRs, ambassadors at the moment, don't really see. And this is why I'm addressing it here. I'm addressing it every time in the General Assembly. Obviously, it's in the hand of member states. Obviously, as a president, I'm neutral. But obviously, I'm only describing facts that 4 billion people are women. And it's very hard to explain why after 80 years, still, they are not at the top of this helmet. And this comes also to other points. Yeah? Now is a moment where member states could say, well, for us it's crystal clear because the General Assembly has the last say. Again, in theory, you would say it's the Security Council, the P5, they have to make the proposal. But if you say very clearly, we as a broader membership, we as Africans, Europeans, Latin Americans, or just we who believe in the UN, cannot vote for a person who is not supporting the Charter, that you're not allowed to invade another country if it's not based on international law. We cannot support a person who is denying climate change if we see that half of the forest is dying right in front of our eyes. We cannot support a person who is questioning the Sustainable Development Goals because then we won't have any peace and security. So there's a deep power within the General Assembly, and it has shown that before. When Kofi Annan was being appointed as Secretary General, the African group made very clear, if this is not an African, because it was their turn, yeah, then we won't vote for that person. So you see the so-called soft power, if you really join forces again, is a very, very strong power, and this is what we need at this moment, that we are not sitting here next year again, and then you would ask me, I'm not in office then anymore, but if you would ask me, well, you said that the UN is not perfect, but it's the only institution which can stand up for peace and security for everybody in the world, and I would say, unfortunately, they didn't select a Secretary General who believes in it. So I trust on the broader wisdom of the General Assembly and the broader membership to understand that obviously we need a candidate which is a compromise for many people. This is also very clear. We won't have the perfect person, but we need a person who is standing with both of her feet on the Charter of the United Nations.
Well, thank you, Madam President, for being here today. Thank you to the Aspen Institute for having us. We're out of time, so see you at the next panel.
Oh, I'm going to just do it here for here. Oh, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start our next panel. I'd like to welcome all of our panelists to the stage, please. This is my seat. Thank you very much to Ben and Tommy and to the President of the UN General Assembly, Annalena. That was fabulous. Even the indefatigable Jane Harmon wanted to know what she had had for breakfast because that was quite something. Am I here? Indeed. Is that okay? Yeah. Great. So, good morning, everybody. I'm Niamh King, Director of Aspen Strategy Group. And I'm just delighted to be here for this special panel this morning. This panel is one of our Denver dialogues. For the last 4 years, we have worked with the Corbell School. They have this excellent series that they do all over. They collaborate with us, the Aspen Institute, the Hoover Institute, New America, and also AEI, which you guys saw AEI yesterday when Mark did his podcast. I'd like to thank Fritz is there and Naz, they're our partners, and Katie back in Denver, or unless she's here. Thank you so much for doing this with us. There's a very special connection between Aspen and Corbell, not only because it's down the road in Denver, but because two of our most wonderful founders and members of the Aspen Strategy Group, Condoleezza Rice, our co-chair. If you don't know the story, look into it. She started in Denver as a music student, and then lo and behold, who did she take a class from? None other than the late Madeleine Albright's dad, and she changed from being a concert pianist, I believe, but don't quote me, to international relations, and the rest is history. And then, of course, it was your grandfather who founded the Joseph Corbell School in Denver. So it's just so wonderful to have two wonderful women from both sides of the aisle affiliated with them. So please give Fritz and Naz a round of applause. Thank you. Also, I'd like to mention in true Aspen fashion, our colleagues who work on global innovation are having a meeting on the sidelines of ASF, which means you've made it if people are doing meetings on the sideline, right? And they're hosting the Aspen Global Prosperity, Security, and Development Strategy Group. So I'd like to thank Peggy Clark, Jim Pickup, and Vrinda for their help. They brought a lot of their people in here today. They are trying to solve the world's problems. I'm grateful to you for that. And thanks to Henrietta Fore for being such a great supporter of our program and of their program. And we want to welcome their participants. Okay, enough for me. So we generally have a conversation about international development at the Aspen Security Forum. It's hugely important. I looked back on the titles of our previous conversations. 2024, Flammable World. 2025, The Weight of the World. This year we're pivoting. We are looking straight ahead. The new national security, investing in frontline resistance. So we are not here to perform a requiem for the old system. We are here to talk about building our shared future and how we're going to do that because we've moved on. We had that last year. So I'm going to start off with Alice, to my right. Alice is the former CEO of the Millennium Challenge Corporation, and her last name is Albright, so it's fitting that she starts first. And just to hear your thoughts, please, Alice, on the future of foreign assistance. You know, what do we need to consider? How are we going to move forward at this moment in time? Thanks.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be here. Fritz and Naz, thank you. I think my grandfather, who I called Bumpa, would be delighted that we're all together. So there are many people at the moment talking about the future of foreign assistance. I'm very happy that Aspen has dedicated a whole session for us down the path for it. I think if you look at the agenda that you all are covering here at the ASF, it's obvious that we're in a moment of major global disruption. You know, just the topics that you all are talking about, AI, resources, global competition, humanitarian crises all around. And so it's only fitting that we look at how we're thinking about foreign assistance at the same time. I'm going to summarize all the work that's going on around this. By the way, there are 36 groups right now that are studying the future of foreign assistance. And I think that there are some points of consensus that are emerging. But I would summarize it by saying recommit, reframe, but reform. So recommit, reframe, reform. So let me talk a little bit about the reframe piece. The work that I'm doing in a couple of different places, the emerging ideas are that we need to reframe foreign assistance as understanding it as not only being about charity, but also about being important and critical tools to protect our national security and our economic interests. And we don't have enough time to go into all the details there, but that's how people are understanding foreign assistance for the future. The reform part is critical, and everybody would agree that there are aspects of how we have handled foreign assistance in the past that need to be reconsidered. We need to look at the wonderful programs that we've had in the past. There have also been some failures, but also understand what we need to now do going forward. And I would summarize those by saying, really focus on clear goals and results, be very strategic about it. We can't do foreign assistance everywhere. Make sure that we're properly introducing economic and commercial tools, trade tools, market forces. We also have to diversify the sources of funding. The reason why the recommit part is very important, and there's been some wonderful polling done by Rockefeller, I don't know if Eric is here, but Rockefeller Foundation, Americans would like to see their country being a generous country. So this is where the ongoing support for humanitarian assistance comes in. And let me end with a couple of points about where we need to lean in. And there is really a homework assignment here for all of us. One is that we do not communicate about foreign assistance adequately. We talk about it in long, jargony, Washington, New York types of words, and the rest of the country doesn't really know what we're talking about. So that's a problem. So we really have to think about that differently. And the next point is one that's near and dear to my heart. We have to really think about how we finance foreign assistance differently. That's a whole different discussion. ODA is going down. It went down by 23% last year. That ought to be a big red flag that we can't keep relying on ODA. And it's not just what the US has done, that's happening in a number of other countries. So we have to reform how we finance it. There's also an enormous amount that the US can bring to the table through partnerships. And this is stuff like tech. It's certainly stuff about financial innovation. It's stuff about energy. There's still an enormous amount of interest in the tertiary education institutions that our country has to offer. So there's a lot that can be done in terms of how we rethink it. So I'm sure you all will have a big role to play in all that. But let me end by repeating, reform, recommit. Reform, recommit, reframe.
Great. Good, 3 words. Always good to remember on 3 words. I'm going to turn next to Comfort Arrow, who's a great friend of our program. Welcome back to Aspen. She's the president and CEO of the International Crisis Group. How are you thinking about the future? You're working in some tough areas. I mean, your travel agenda alone would exhaust any of us, but love to hear what you guys are doing at ICG on this topic.
No, thank you very much, Neve, and also for inviting Crisis Group here. And we've listened to a number of interesting conversations in this room about recommit, reframe, and reform as well. And I like your 3 R's because I think they're very helpful. Look, you're speaking to us at an interesting time, Neve. We've spent the last 18 months, but even before the last 18 months, the last 5 years, especially since the Russia's invasion into Ukraine, thinking about the international sort of system, conflict management system, also in the context of the war in Tigray, where we saw some quite serious atrocity crimes being committed, but also in the context of Sudan. These 3 conflicts, I think, are the poster child of all that is wrong in the conflict management system. So in the spirit of what you've asked for, Crisis Group has just issued a briefing. Rather than calling it the causes of war, it's deliberately called the causes of peace, because we think we've reached a moment where the conversation is no longer useful to carry on talking about all that is wrong, but to start thinking about where are the touch points, where are the opportunities, where do we see potential windows that are open, and to push the door further, to look at where we think there are possibilities. So there are a few that I'd like to outline, Neve, but right at the top of them, in the spirit of Aspen, I think thinking about the lingering value of some of the international institutions, that quite frankly, there are no other infrastructures like the UN, for example, like the European Union, for example, and like the regional bodies that you see in various places that can do that kind of careful weaving together and helping to think through how you problem solve, whether it's in the region but also internationally. So how you protect that, but also making sure that you don't leave off the table the need to reform, because it's not as though these institutions are perfect. And that's why we have this confidence problem, and that's why we have the distrust problem. So that's one set of areas. I think the other one, it's pretty clear to us also that right now we're facing a number of global ramifications from a number of conflicts, whether it's Ukraine, whether it's the Strait of Hormuz. We're now looking at critical choke points that are being hijacked. And as a result, you're seeing already suffering, whether it's fertilizer. Still, the jury's out, and I listened very carefully to what Megan was saying yesterday about energy and oil markets. But we'll spend time looking about what's around the corner and the potential to see more crisis down the line, and what it means for a number of countries that are going to suffer as a result of the global catastrophe that comes as a result of hijacking these important choke points that are key to food security as well. So that's one set of other issues. And I think another vital set of issues is making sure that you don't forget the vital issues in a number of countries that are suffering from civil wars. Important universal problems around climate change, universal problems around food security, important issues around atrocity crimes. Neve, I'm talking to you where we're now seeing a renormalization of war, a renormalization of civilian harm, a renormalization of atrocities. How do you safeguard the norms, the principles, going forward? I think coming together, cooperating with a number of countries that believe in those norms, believe in those principles, not when it just affects their own countries. So not when it's an existential crisis to Europe, should Europe stand up and defend the principle of norm of aggression, because the norms and principles have already been shattered in places like Syria, in places like the Sahel, and in the places like Sudan. So making sure that there is solidarity right across the board, and not just for your regions as well. And I think the last point I would say on this also, Neve, is that at the moment we're seeing a number of important countries, a number of middle powers themselves, scrambling for security, shoring up their own defenses, because they see the return of hard power, they see the return of defense expenditure increasing, they see that we're living in an era of might is right, and so there's a lot of countries who are shoring up their defenses as well. So it's how to balance deterrence with diplomacy, and to say, do not leave diplomacy outside the door. It is still important. It's still an important vector for confidence building. It's still important to dialogue. It's still important to talk to your enemies. So how do you make sure that you have mill-to-mill cooperation? How do you make sure that you're talking to all sides and the parties? And how do you make sure that you are also doing that careful work of making sure you thread the needle and the patient capital that you need to be a peacemaker, and not just play to the theatrics and the TV and the commercial ads, but to making sure that you're doing that hard work of carrying everybody along with you. So let's focus, rather than the causes of war, but the causes of how you get to an effective peace process going down the line as well.
Excellent. Thanks, Comfort. And you kind of mentioned their middle powers, and I'm going to turn to Canada's definitely having a moment. Prime Minister Carney made quite a splash at Davos this year. I first met Ala about 14 years ago, which I can't believe you must have been a child when we had you on stage at the Chicago Council. Now she's the managing partner of sustainable growth at 500 Global. And some really interesting work you guys are doing, thinking about resilience on community finance and faith-based finance. Give us a big picture answer to the question of how you're looking at it, and love to hear more about your financing options you guys are presenting.
I think, so I'll start by saying I come at this from, when you first met me, back in 2011, I was 21 years old, and with the arrogance of youth, in the middle of the Libyan revolution, I created an organization called Voice of Libyan Women, which was focused on women's inclusion in security and peace processes. And our first work really looked at using international conventions, CEDAW, Women, Peace and Security, the Charter. And needless to say, while the embassies thought we were incredible, most local people, most Libyans, did not attend. They didn't engage. We had what I would call elite capture. People who already agreed that women should be in leadership positions came. And so I'm one of 11 children. I have 10 brothers and sisters, and I have learned a long time ago 2 things to be true. One, consensus is not a real thing. You can usually operate if you... Exactly. You can usually operate once you know people's incentives. And so I optimize for incentive. I always build towards, okay, how can I get somebody else at the table? How can they get me at the table? And how can we work together? And I really started talking to people about what is the barrier for you to engage on a conversation about women, peace, and security. And overwhelmingly, faith came up. And I had the permission to have that conversation because I was a physician in the community. So they had a different risk threshold for me. They still needed to talk to me. They still trusted me. They couldn't necessarily write me off as, crazy. And so, although I'm sure some would have tried. And so it was an excellent opportunity for me to learn about how we can actually look at the hardest thing, I think, to create or purchase or procure, which is trust. What are established trust institutions in communities that are going through conflict, fragility, or crisis? And oftentimes, unsurprisingly, they're people we know and trust, and people we know and we can see. And that's increasing with AI. As people feel like they have less agency, for the first time in decades, we're actually seeing faith beliefs stagnate or increase, even in the global north. And so a huge part of our focus is, rather than try to replicate the wheel, rather than look at, yes, some of the challenges in global development, which I personally call shared security, because I think we need to really start thinking about education and healthcare and water and food security as upstream of national security. We do ourselves such a huge disservice by talking about them as consequences. They are actually what create national security. In fact, if you look at the #1 predictor of state security, most people think it will be GDP or regime or governance style. It's actually the physical security of women. The physical security of women. And so, yes, you can applaud. I'll pause. And so when we think about how we create opportunities to invest in those local communities, I will say our global development ecosystem actually hasn't been very effective at it. Less than 5% of international investments in humanitarian aid and development get to local actors. And one silver lining that has come out of this, which I think is not necessarily less global development finance, but a more diverse global development finance, is we're seeing things like country pooled financing, which from 2020 went from 23% to now nearly 50% reaching local actors in 2025. That is incredible. We are seeing a recognition that traditionally, development finance has actually been some of our smallest pools of capital. We haven't actually talked about how our defense budgets, how our infrastructure budgets, how some of our bilateral budgets are actually and should actually be seen also as development financing. How can we leverage them differently? And the most important, I think, to us is, how do we invest in that front line, right? How do we invest in people on the ground who aren't leaving, who are not parachuting in and out, and recognizing that those closest to the consequence are actually those who are going to architect the solutions for the long term. And so we really started looking at faith-aligned financing. And to give you some very quick numbers, I mean, even in the United States, nearly 1/4% of charitable giving is faith-aligned. It is the largest pool of capital of charitable giving in the world. Christian financing at 1.4 trillion per year. Muslim financing, social impact alone, this isn't the broader landscape of faith financing, over $1 trillion a year. You're looking at significant influence in land ownership, food security, water security, economic corridors, access to communities. I mean, even in the United States, if you pull out your dollar, it still says, "In God we trust." So we really do continue to have a very strong focus, and faith actors continue to have significant influence in trust and in the ability to communicate messages that other people will actually listen to. So a huge focus of ours has been, how do we work to create the rails where faith-aligned financing can go further? And a quick example is 3 years ago, we created something called For Mama. It's now called Every Pregnancy. But we brought together Muslim philanthropies, over 50 of them. And within 3 years, in 3 Ramadans only, which is a month of fasting, so really 3 months, they've raised over $130 million for maternal and child health in crisis and conflict. That is incredible. So imagine if we can start doing that at sovereign scale. How do you unlock those resources? And how do you work with local actors and local partners so you have a much more sustainable and resilient financing pathway?
Wow, fantastic work. Thanks, Ala. Now to our next panelist, Anna Zacapa. She is an advisor at Root Capital, doing amazing work on rural resilience and also labor migration. Love to hear from you, please, about how you're thinking about the front lines.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was very pleased to see a conversation in this forum on investing in frontline resilience. And I would like to highlight two things, two key areas that I see that receive not very much attention and very little investment, and that are crucial for resilience and security right now and will be even more going forward. And these are investing in rural resilience and prosperity, and thinking of new models for labor mobility. But I'll start with rural resilience, and if we have enough time, I'll share some of my work on labor mobility. But what does frontline resilience in a rural context look like? What this is, it is a cooperative in my home country of Honduras that is well-funded, that it's connected to markets, that the farmers are receiving good prices for their high-quality coffee, and that it's exporting across the world. It's a sorghum processing company in Kenya, sourcing from thousands of farmers, aggregating, selling to both the local and international markets, and building economic resilience and security and prosperity by doing that. These small and growing businesses, which there's thousands across the world that are working with smallholder farmers, are proven anchors of prosperity and resilience in communities. However, little attention and investment goes into these businesses. Less than 1% of all climate finance goes into this area, which is already the biggest threat to the livelihoods of millions and millions of people. And the share of agriculture share of foreign assistance in the 80s was around 20%, and it's now less than 5%. And this is a mistake. Why is this important? Because half of the world's population and 3/4 of the world's extreme poor are in rural areas. Smallholder farmers produce 1/3 of the world's food. So when we think about security, when we think about investing in resilience, they should be a focus, clearly. And so the fact that they're not, and these figures, they demonstrate that the current system is failing. And so as former chairwoman of Root Capital, which is a leading pioneer impact investor, we've been investing in small and growing businesses in Latin America and Africa for over 25 years with $2 billion invested. I've seen the positive results in investing in rural resilience. Every dollar that Root Capital has invested in these businesses has resulted in $34 in payments to farmers. And also, every dollar that we've invested has resulted in $2 of new capital from local or international banks coming into these markets and to this segment of the market that has been for forever deemed way too risky to engage. And so we have seen this, and we have the data and the metrics to prove it, and yet this area remains kind of ignored. I do want to call out and highlight a really positive partnership that we have had with OPIC and now with the DFC, which is that we have received we have agreed to, we pay for a $75 million guarantee that covers the loans and operations in many of our countries. It's a facility that we pay for that we haven't drawn down completely, but that has allowed us to invest hundreds of millions of dollars in these types of businesses, in these types of communities, resulting in increased security and resilience. And I think this is a pretty great deal, I would have to say. And so I would encourage us to keep looking at these practical examples and investing in this way. One of the things that came out of our convening yesterday is, let's use guarantees. It's kind of like pretty great capital use, and so as you talk about capital changing, going down, thinking about how to do things. This is kind of at the start of one of the things that we could be doing. And so I'll end by saying that when these communities and these businesses lack this type of investment, like any of us, they are not able to invest in resilience, they are not able to invest in community building. So what happens? Maybe they fall into the types of crises that you're unfortunately dealing with, or they move. And so I think, labor mobility is also a way to build resilience and adaptation. And I'm happy to share more about that, as new models for labor mobility are really needed in this world, and it's kind of controversial to talk about that.
Yes, indeed. I'm feeling deeply sympathetic for all those moderators I pulled off stage this week, because it goes by fast when you're up here. I think we'll take one quick question from our rising leaders before I turn to our panelists for the lightning round of telling us what's your one big audacious idea you have on this topic. One audience question first. Anybody? Oh, back in the corner over there, we'll take that gentleman. I'm not sure you're a rising leader, judging by the color of your lanyard, but we'll take it.
I'm sorry, I'm not, but I didn't see any hands. So, my name is Austin Sowers. I'm a fellow at the Bush School of Government and Public Service. And my question is directed to Ms. Zacapa. As somebody who spent some time in Honduras as a Fulbright Fellow, I was just wondering if you could speak to the role that these special economic zones may play under the current presidency, and how your mission could possibly be impacted by the positive or negative growth from that.
Thank you.
Great. Well, thanks for your work in Honduras. It's much appreciated. I think that, look, there are a lot of conversations around different types of special zones, and they could be around very high-tech and biotech areas in the Bay Islands, or more around apparel and other types of processing in certain parts of the country. That's not where we work. It's not where the majority of Hondurans live. It's not where the majority of people get their food from and their security. And so it is not really an area that is impacting us, even though it is an area that's like in the newspapers all the time. And so I think that that's the other thing that's critical, the narrative around these types of investments and the success of them is not Próspera in Roatán by Peter Thiel and others, Brian Johnson trying to live forever. It is actually of the, the day-to-day resilience of people that are the true, in this case, Hondurans and community members. Thank you.
Okay, Comfort, I'm going to start with you. One big, bold idea.
Wow. So I would say don't fetishize local actors. I think look at them, study them, see what they're doing. They are part of the fabric of weaving a path to peacekeeping, peacemaking, and reconciliation. But you've got to see them within the fabric of the societies that they belong to, but don't fetishize them, because we're seeing too many attempts to romanticize the local, but not to understand the complexities and to work with them as well. I say this because as we think through the model for international development going forward and how you disperse aid as well, you said it at the very beginning, these are not charity cases. They want to invest in their societies, they want to stay in their societies, they want to work in their societies, but they also want you to meet them where they are. So don't come in and treat them as a charity case, but treat them as serious partners who have an understanding, sometimes a better understanding that you have in understanding the conflicts that they're dealing with as well.
Definitely. Thanks. Al, over to you.
I think we need to start thinking about global development as shared security and recognize that everything we're investing in is upstream of what we think keeps us safe nationally, regionally, and globally. And to add on to the point about local leadership, think about ways in which we're ensuring that we're creating the processes and procedures for local leaders to actually get access to resource and capital, particularly women, given the outsized role that they play in national security.
Great. Anna?
Just following what I was saying, I think a big idea is to rethink labor mobility as something that builds resilience and security, and think of new models that are already out there that work in terms of helping people move to places where there are jobs, contribute back to their home countries, and support the economies where they're at. The world is changing, the demographics cannot be denied, and we have the youngest population in Africa and Latin America for a little bit of time, and then aging populations in Europe and eventually in the US if the current policies persist. And so we need to rethink labor mobility both as resilience and security, and be open to a new way of thinking about people moving.
Great. And I'll leave the last word to you, Alice.
Thank you. I'll have two. One is that we shouldn't be thinking about foreign assistance as just simply a matter of charity. We should be thinking about it as a matter of mutual and enlightened self-interest from everybody involved. And I want to call out to Dr. Nkengasong, who framed it this way yesterday when we were talking about the Accra Reset in our group. The second idea is to tap into one of the amazing strengths that the U.S. has, which is financial innovation, and really introduce a whole new range of financial instruments and sources of capital that can finance development. But what that's going to require is having a whole new attitude about how we adjust, measure, take, trade, risk in all of these markets. That's going to be a hard lift for many of the governments involved, but I think it's going to be critical to the pathway forward.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking this incredible panel. And in a highly unusual activity, we have a coffee break today. So please feel free to continue the conversations, and we'll be back to hear more about the Arctic and for our Senator panel with Senator Hawke. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program will resume in 5 minutes.
It's hard to turn off this disco music, but we'll do it because the next panel is really, the next conversation is really important. People having coffee, if you can come in and take your seats, please. Okay, good morning again, everybody. I'm delighted to introduce the next panel. We talk about people coming from far. Steve Clements, he's always somewhere far-flung. Please, come on stage. But thankfully, he made it safely to Aspen. Had some adversity, as we all did. But then we're also delighted to have Vincent Biruta, who's the Minister of the Interior and has had many other interesting jobs in the government of Rwanda. We love hearing directly from our friends in Africa. Thank you for joining us, Minister. And over to you, Steve, for a great conversation. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
Is it true that Vincent came further than any other person this year?
Well, we did have some Australians here. But that might be a bit easier.
I think Rwanda beats Australia. It does for the next 30 minutes. It's great to have you here, Minister. Let me start. I want to tell the audience, you were Minister of Foreign Affairs. You were you've just recently become Minister of Interior at the end of, or middle of 2024. You were Minister of Environment, Minister of Natural Resources, Minister of Education, Minister of Public Works. You're just a Minister of everything. But when you were Minister of Foreign Affairs, you didn't come to the Aspen Security Forum. What did they do to crack through with you as Minister of Interior to get you here? What did they promise?
You know, ministers of foreign affairs used to be invited to so many events, and they cannot make it.
And Minister of Interior is invited to nothing, right?
No, it means former ministers of foreign affairs are available to fill the gaps.
Well, there we go. So, look, there's so many different angles we can start with in Rwanda, and I want to remind people that part of our country's awareness and psyche over knowledge of Rwanda was what happened in 1994. So I want to put that out there, that the genocide in Rwanda against the Tutsis that happened 32 years ago is a backdrop for a lot of the things that we're going to talk about in just a moment. But what I want to start out with is the more contemporary news, that President Trump brokered a peace deal. I interviewed your president, President Kagame, for my TV show when he was meeting with the president of the DRC, and there was a peace deal. I would love to kind of get your assessment now of where that is and Washington's role.
So let me say that the Washington Accords for Peace and Prosperity is a very good agreement, and we appreciate the leadership of President Trump to achieving that. It is a very good agreement because it addresses security priorities for both parties, Rwanda and DRC, but it also creates an opportunity for economic development and prosperity for our region. So it is a very good agreement, and Rwanda is committed to it.
So what did you get, and what did you have to give up?
You know, you said it. There is that background of the genocide which was committed in Rwanda in 1994. And after the genocide, there was that situation where those who committed the genocide crossed the border and took refuge in DRC. They started to reorganize and to try to destabilize our country. So there is that situation of the armed group which is based in Eastern DRC and which, with the genocide ideology and with a plan to destabilize our country. So what is needed is, in that situation, to address the root causes of the conflict, including that specific issue I was talking about. Now, we have put in place defensive measures to be able to deal with our security, to protect our people against the attacks of that armed group. And in the Washington Agreement, we accepted, we committed to lift those defensive measures just to give a chance to the peace. But government of Congo, DRC, has also committed to do its part. By today, 7 months after the agreement was signed, we see a lack of balanced approach from the mediation, the US mediation. Rwanda has done its part. We are implementing our obligations under the agreement. We have even offered a de-escalation plan to lift the defensive measures without even waiting for the government of DRC to do its part, which is related to the neutralization of the FDLR armed group, the genocide armed group I referred about a few minutes ago. Now, we have offered that plan just to give a chance to the process to be concluded. But even though government of DRC is not implementing its obligation, we are seeing government of the US imposing sanctions on Rwanda. It is
how did that make you feel?
We are concerned. We are concerned about that lack of balance in the approach, but we are committed to the agreement, and we expect the US government, the mediation, to have a more balanced posture for us to be able to have that agreement fully implemented.
So we have people in the room who have a very sophisticated map of, Know Africa Well, the DRC, Rwanda, the border issues, et cetera. And then we have a lot of people in the room for whom this is very, very new, and people, who are watching online who want to learn. The two groups that are often cited as the most complicated in this mess are M23, which are a group of Tutsis that live inside the Congo, a militant group inside, and the FDLR. Would you just give us in just short form your take, because many people accuse Rwanda of being the driver, funder, armor, guide to M23, and that's often why Rwanda is sanctioned. But would you also tell our audience about what the FDLR is and where it came from?
I already said it. The FDLR is composed as an armed group which was created by those people who committed the genocide in Rwanda in 1994, and which left 1 million people killed during the genocide. So they crossed the border when they were defeated by the RPF. They crossed the border and took refuge in DRC. And they crossed with their weapons, they crossed with the ideology, which is the genocide ideology is even more dangerous than the weapons. So
these are the leftovers of the last regime?
Yes, and they started organizing themselves to destabilize Rwanda. They conducted many attacks on our territory in the past with the intention to overthrow the government of Rwanda and complete the genocide, as they used to say. So they have got the support of government of DRC. Now they are there. And I said they crossed with the genocide ideology, and they started harassing and killing some people, some Congolese people, who they associated to the Tutsi in Rwanda who had been victim of the genocide. So with the lack of the state in that area, there are more than 200 armed groups in the eastern DRC, including the one we are talking about, the M23. It started as a self-defense group to defend their own community against the attacks of the FDLR, and it evolved into an armed group. And to date, it is there, and they say they are defending their own communities against the FDLR, and the lack of governance in that area, in the DRC, the state is absent, and these people have been targeted for extermination.
So thank you for that, but let me ask you a question. You just described at the beginning the DRC-Rwanda-U.S. deal as a good deal that represented the interest. I interviewed your president, said it's a good deal. It builds in critical materials interests of the United States. You've got materials going from the DRC and vice versa from Rwanda to the DRC for refining. But why would you ever believe that a deal is going to be stable if your former enemies are? Is any deal going to essentially be fake as long as you have this serious ulcer between Tutsis, the M23 that many say Rwanda is supporting, and the FDLR inside the DRC? Can there ever be stability? Ever?
There could be stability. We just need to neutralize the FDLR armed group, and we need to have conditions in Eastern DRC just to give the rights to all the communities in that country. This is related to the governance of that country. Let me just be clear on one or two things. There is no border issue between DRC and Rwanda. There is no claim over the territory of DRC by Rwanda. That is clear. Second thing, those members of the M23, those people who created M23, they are related to our own people because of their background. They are speaking our language, but they are Congolese. They are Congolese, and they're fighting for their rights in their own country.
As if the soup weren't complicated enough, There are also about 5,000 peacekeepers, I think, in Goma and the area, UN peacekeepers.
Or even more.
Yeah, but more. And do they do anything?
Oh, peacekeepers have been there for, I think, the last 20 years or so. But to say that they have done something, it is difficult, because if they had achieved anything there, we would not be in the situation where we are today. So that mission has costed billions of dollars, but the situation has not changed. It has even deteriorated. So I would not say they have achieved anything there.
So the U.S.-Rwanda strategic dialogue, there was, both during the Biden administration, there was, efforts of, to try to raise the priority of Rwanda and the United States, having, solving some of their problems. We see that as well, and an upgrading of engagement with Rwanda, despite the sanctions that seem to have, been, as you said, complicating. But what is the state, what are you trying to achieve today as you look forward in the future in the strategic dialogue with the United States?
The United States is a great partner to Rwanda, and we have been working with the United States in many sectors, health sector, the energy sector, the mining sector. So despite that situation, we consider the United States as a good partner.
You just signed a nuclear deal.
We signed a nuclear deal because we believe that we...
Are you going to be Africa's first big nuclear power?
No, that is not the plan, to be the first ones. We are dealing with our own development, because we believe that for Africa to industrialize, for us to be able to invest in our operation in terms of manufacturing, mining, processing, building the digital infrastructure and the advanced healthcare, the health system we want, we need really to generate enough energy.
Right, and so I should have joked, because I made a joke about it, but you're moving forward in civil nuclear applications, trying to look at the technologies with small modular nuclear reactors. And you have signed a memorandum of understanding with both U.S. companies, the U.S. government. You're working with the International Energy Agency. So that's all interesting. But your other partner out there is Russia. So which do you like better, the United States partnership or the Russia partnership?
We need all of them.
But you're hedging your bets.
There are many aspects. Do
you have any deal with China on nuclear stuff?
Not yet. Let me say not yet. You see, there are many aspects we need to deal with when developing the nuclear energy. There is the aspect of regulation, there is the aspect of safety standards, the aspect of skill force development, and we need to just work with more than one partner, and the best advanced countries in that technology are the United States, and there is also Russia. That is not disputable, and we are working with all of them. So one partner could contribute to one aspect while the other is contributing to the other. So it is not a big problem.
So another part of the strategic bridge between Rwanda and the United States, and it's in a very delicate area for many Americans who depending on their views on migration, undocumented migrants, and the shipping of migrants out of the United States. The United Kingdom also had an arrangement with you in Rwanda that ended when Keir Starmer ended the program. And you sought to challenge that, but the International Court ruled in Britain's favor that it could walk away from the deal. But why is Rwanda becoming what many people call the dumping spot for UK migrants that it's rejecting, US migrants that we see every day news about ICE, undocumented people, returning folks? Tell us Rwanda's role in that, and I'd like our audience to understand why it's in your strategic interest to play that role.
Let me first of all say that the Migration and Economic Development Partnership between Rwanda and the UK was not about dumping asylum seekers and migrants into Rwanda. It was an economic development and Migration Partnership. It was about giving to those people who have failed to secure migrant status in the UK, to give them a second chance, for them to be to receive a dignified life, to be given the skills they would need to integrate, and to be able to be productive productive for themselves, but also to contribute to our own economy. So it was a comprehensive agreement which was dealing with the...
So take us a step further, because this is in your camp, as you are Minister of the Interior. A lot of people may not understand what happens when those individuals are sent to Rwanda. Do they go to camps? Do they go to communities? Tell us a little bit about that real-world human environment they're in.
Yes, maybe let me go back to the first question on this migration partnership. There is the background of our country where most of our people at some point in their life have been refugees out of Rwanda. That is one. And I need also to mention the other partnership Rwanda was part of, when there were those migrants who were stranded in Libya. I remember in 2018, CNN reported on that issue, and everybody was shocked. But no one came forward to propose a solution. Rwanda did. And we partnered with the UNHCR, we partnered with the African Union, and we established what is called today the emergency transit mechanism, where we evacuated refugees or asylum seekers from Libya, brought them to Rwanda. So far, more than 3,000 have been brought to Rwanda. Many of them have, in the meantime, been accepted as refugees in various countries, including this one. The United States has received 325 of these people, if I remember well. So that mechanism is working. So it was not the first time Rwanda was offering a solution to such a problem.
So when I interviewed President Kagame, your big boss, he is your big boss, right? Or do you have anyone in between?
He is our president.
Yeah, he's your big boss. So he said something I think is very rarely, if at all, printed in the media about this program, which I didn't know, is that he has a hope that some of these people, many of the people, will contribute to the talent pool of Rwanda, that they will be brought in, integrated, part of the society, because, you know, I think one of the interesting things and what the audience should know, after the genocide in 1994, your population shrank to 5.5 million people. You're almost 15 million people today. So you've been on a population drive, right?
Yes, in Rwanda you have more than 100,000 refugees who are integrated in our country, who are contributing to our economy. The problem is not about having people taking refuge in our country. The problem is about giving to them the skills they will need to contribute, to sustain themselves in the first place, but also to contribute to our economy. And that's what we are doing. It is also what we are doing in relation to those people who are removed from the US from time to time. We are giving them the opportunity to acquire skills, and some of them have skills actually. And if they are able to sustain themselves and to contribute to our economy, that is...
Is there any, since the UK program got suspended and was very controversial in the UK, is there any substantive difference between the US agreement you have and what you had with the British?
Yes, there is a difference. The one we have with the US is about just removing people from here and sending them to Rwanda, and contributing to cover some costs related to the exercise. But for the UK-Rwanda Migration and Economic Partnership, it was a comprehensive program, just not to just remove people, but also to contribute to their education, to skill development, to their socio-economic integration in our country. So it was more comprehensive. And you talked about the criticism we faced. The funny thing is true that scheme was criticized, but we didn't see anyone coming forward with a better solution. So Rwanda is there to contribute to a solution to these global issues, including migration. It is a global issue. It is okay, it is fine that we are criticized, but it would be better if we are criticized by people who are offering better options. So even today, we are open to contribute to a solution to that migration problem. We are ready to work with any country, with any partner, just to contribute to a solution. Our solution could not be perfect, but at least it is there just to be amended, to be adjusted. But I believe that all of us need to do something about such a big problem.
I'm going to ask this. Go ahead. Ask this carefully. I remember having the opportunity many years ago to interview Lee Kuan Yew, then the head of the Singapore government, and later one of his successors, Goh Chok Tong. These guys were unbelievably sensitive about any political alternative to themselves. They were very sickly. I remember Goh Chok Tong says, we're going to sue the opposition leaders into bankruptcy. And I said, why, after the success you've had in Singapore, are you so nervous about opposition? And inside the United States, we're struggling, as in Europe, about what hate speech is, et cetera. One of the big questions people don't understand, but would love to know how Rwanda is evolving, and I think this is in your terrain, is the genocide concerns and ideology around that, and your current security concerns have, in the impression of some critics, said you're suppressing some people's speech, suppressing some people's actions because of those past worries. One, is that true? And two, if it is, isn't Rwanda's staggering success as an economy, I mean, just folks, if you didn't get a chance, go look at what they're doing in technology. They have one of the bio and tech centers that are coming in. What is the nervousness about opening the aperture for more civil debate and discussion?
Let me say on the onset that there are speeches which should not be tolerated at all, be it in Rwanda or here in the US or in any other country. Hate speech should not be tolerated anywhere in the world. Rwanda has experienced the genocide, and it started with hate speech. Today we have hate speech in our region, in Eastern DRC, but even beyond, and it was brought there by the very people who committed the genocide in Rwanda. So when we talk about space and freedom of speech and whatever, we need just to be sure of what we are talking about. And there need to be clear boundaries on what is accepted and what should not be accepted. Otherwise, the political space, the civil space in Rwanda is open. We have many media houses. We have the civil society, a vibrant civil society, which is contributing to our country's development. But we need just to be sure that there are those extremes we should not accept at all. Rwanda is a country which has gone through that painful experience. We are particularly sensitive to those hate speech, but let me say it again. Hate speech should not be tolerated in Rwanda. It should not be tolerated in the US. It should not be tolerated in any other place in the world.
I want to broaden the aperture of our discussion just a little bit to something fun. Fun for me, but not often known by many Americans, maybe by some here in Aspen who've been able to make the trek. But I was walking across a hotel on a trip that I made to Rwanda, and there was an actor, I'm not that culturally literate, turned out to be Idris Elba and his wife, and they were there for something called the gorilla naming ceremony, which is Kwita Izina, and he's in the Volcanoes National Park, near where the Dian Fossey Gorilla Study Center is, and I got invited to go to what's called the gorilla naming ceremony, where various celebrities from that world, notables, former Arsenal excuse me, shows you how illiterate I am, soccer officials, but also they had the founders of BioNTech there. They had actors, they had one of the trekkers and people that take care of the gorillas in Gorilla National Park with the photos of the 28 babies that year that were named. But I want to ask you this, because there were 70,000 Rwandans there at this thing. And no Americans I know of this thing, so you're terrible at marketing. And so I just want to kind of talk about it, because I think preserving, a lot of people in this room care about sustainability, they care about the environment, they care about preserving our natural resources around the world. I want this audience to hear a little bit about Kwita Izina.
Let me first of all say that it is not about marketing. When you have thousands of our people participating in such a ceremony, it is called ownership. It is ownership of preservation policies, of environmental policies, and we are happy that Rwandans are owning those policies. So Kwita Izina, by the way, the next ceremony is happening in September, and you are all invited. No need to apply for a visa. It is visa-free. You can come and join the ceremony.
Most incredible thing I've ever
without
seen.
needing to apply for a visa. So Kwita Izina is about naming newborn. That is part of our culture. It is in our culture, on 8 days after a newborn is there, the family, the community comes together to propose a name for the baby. So we say
Idris Elba and his wife Sabrina named their baby Narame, which means long life.
So we said for our people, for us to mobilize our people around these preservation policies and programs, let's organize ceremonies to name the baby-born gorillas in our national park, in the volcanoes. So we are doing it every year, and it is about all of you people to adopt these gorillas and be able to just contribute to the protection of these endangered species. But it is also about investing in our tourism industry and about our population. Let me say that in Rwanda, 10% of the revenues generated in tourism are going back to the community to support the project they propose as their priorities, be it supply of water, be it health centers, whatever they come together and they say this is our priority project, and the revenue generated from those tourism activities is going back to the community, so that they understand that they need to be part of
we're just going to finish here, but do you get to pick who does do you get to pick the Idris Elbas and the BioNTech founders and the Steve Clemenses, who could be who gets to pick who gets to name the babies?
No,
short form.
We consult the community. And
I thought you said the Minister of Interior does.
No. I can't. Our people used to propose names, and when we invite you, you pick a name, and for the baby gorilla you are adopting.
Well, listen, on behalf of the Aspen Security Forum, I want to say thank you for making the long journey here. I hope you'll come back in whatever ministry you happen to run in the future. Vincent Peruta, big round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to Steve and to the minister. We're going to, if I can invite our panelists to come next to the stage while my colleagues set up. Thank you. Great, thanks. So I'm really excited about our next panel, the Arctic. High North, higher stakes. What a great and important discussion to have here today. Moving quickly from Rwanda to Norway, Finland, and America. Our panel today, we have Mr. Thomas Dans, who's the chairman of the U.S. Arctic Research Commission, General Eric Kristofferson, who is the Chief of Defense of Norway, and Pasi Rajala, who's the Political State Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Minister of Defense of Finland in the Prime Minister's office. And moderating us today is Laura Seligman from the Wall Street Journal, and I'll turn it over to you. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
Thanks so much, and thank you to the Aspen Security Forum for having us. This has been wonderful. I know this is the last day, and we're probably the last thing between you and the airport. But stick around because this is going to be a really, really great panel. I'm really excited, especially for our great panelists. We have a lot of ground to cover, so I'm going to just jump right in. I want to talk about strategic competition over the Arctic. And Tom, I'm going to give you the first question. Are there specific moves in the area by Russia and China that concern you right now? And what can the West do more to protect its interests in the Arctic?
Well, thank you, and if I could, I'm not going to dodge the question here, but I'd be very remiss if I didn't first thank our organizers here, because I got to tell you, it's a true delight to be with all of you today. And for me, personally, to be back in Aspen, I'll tell you, it's been 50 summers since I was here. I grew up as a kid in Colorado, and I remember coming here, great memories, literally going to the park with my parents and putting out a blanket and listening to a guy named John Denver sing. And then Chopin would come on, and my mom was a pianist, and it's just tremendous. Great visions of like coming over Independence Pass, and you know who didn't drive? My dad. My mom drove us all in the Delta 88. We were packed in like sardines. My dad was turning white, and he's a medical doctor. And we're like, we're going to have to stop here if we don't go over the edge. So thank you. I'm going to get to the question here. But I will tell you, okay, so we're at a really tremendous point today in U.S. history in the Arctic, and a very exciting future going forward. Obviously, we have concerns that we need to be aware of, but part of what we're doing is moving out aggressively as the United States to make ourselves stronger and safer, and by extension, the rest of the world. So a lot of this is multi-decadal in terms of the need and what's ahead in terms of the future and the planning and the programs. Obviously, Russia and China are facing concerns, but remember, they're different. You can't put them in the same box. With Russia, we are Arctic neighbors, so we have a 1,500-mile maritime boundary, not even a treaty between us, but we are a Pacific Arctic nation as well as an Atlantic Arctic nation, if you will. So on China, different case. You know, they're new arrivals to the Arctic, but they have been very aggressive in some of the things that they're doing, but in both cases, they are moving at pace and significantly ahead of the U.S. in certain areas. So that's what I would highlight to you.
Thank you. Pasi, I wanted to ask you, because Finland is a new NATO member and increasing its presence in the Arctic as well. So can you talk a little bit about Arctic Sentry and the new land force that's based in Finland, and some of the things that Finland and NATO are doing to increase their presence in the Arctic?
Thanks, Lara. And I want to also thank the forum for putting the Arctic on the agenda. It's really important that we know what's going on up there in the Arctic. In many ways, in the Cold War years, we used to pay attention, we used to be alert, we had to for nuclear deterrence. After the Cold War, many of us kind of dropped the ball. Not Norway, not Finland, but some others. So we're kind of behind the game, so we need to pace up, we need to catch up. The Arctic is obviously critical to Russia for the energy revenues, and it's also critical for them militarily. And China, they also want to get a piece of it. China calls them, they've They claim to be a near Arctic nation, and they are building their Arctic polar silk route through the northern waters. They need the sea lanes, but they also need access to the energy provided by Russia. So we need to up our game, and many things are happening. Finland and Sweden are now in NATO, so we have stronger presence, but we need to have boots on the ground. You mentioned the forward land forces that's happening with Sweden and Finland and Italy and other allies. We also need ships in the seas. Eric will speak to that, I'm sure. We need planes in the skies. We're part of the F-35 program. We're going to have a formidable air force soon in the Nordic. And we need satellites in the skies. On satellites, then I'll finish. On satellites, because the Arctic is such a weird environment, it's a very rough environment, even satellites have to be the type that penetrate darkness, because winters are long and dark. We're both from the north of the Nordic countries. We know the winters are long. So we need to penetrate darkness, and we need to penetrate clouds. So we need certain types of satellites, SAR satellites.
Yes, the space is a really important part of this, and I want to get there, but I have a lot of other questions to get to first. In general, I want to pull the thread on Russia a little bit. Can you tell us about the concerns about Russian submarines in the Arctic and its nuclear arsenal and the increased dependence of Russia on its nuclear arsenal, potentially because of the decimation of its conventional forces in Ukraine?
Oh, thank you, and thank you for having me here, and it's good to see my friend Ambassador Mark Nathanson here as well. When he was in Oslo as the ambassador to Norway, he established diplomatic presence from US in Tromsø, which is above the Arctic Circle. It's the northernmost presence for diplomatic presence from the United States. So first of all, there are 8 Arctic nations, as we call it. It's the 7, the Nordic, the 5 Nordics, and US and Canada. Those 7 are part of NATO now. And then you have Russia, which is the 8th one. And last time we had a meeting with the Russian Chief of Defense was in 2013, before the annexation of Crimea. Then we continue now to work together with the Arctic 7, as we call it. But Russia is the concern, because Russia has their nuclear deterrents and their submarines based just outside Norway and Finland on the base complex at the Kola Peninsula. And those weapons are not aimed at Helsinki or Oslo. They're aimed at the United States. They're aimed at Berlin, London, Paris. So it's Russia's way to show their military power and to remain a global power by using that base complex. And that includes submarines that can carry nuclear weapons and can skip through the UK, Iceland, Greenland gap and get into the Atlantic and be very hard to follow and track. At the same time, there are a lot of uncertainties about the development in the Arctic. The only thing we know that is certain is that Russia will remain heavily on their nuclear deterrence to remain a global power. But the uncertainties are the effects of climate change, it's the world reliance on hydrocarbons, it's how China and Russia will work together in the Arctic. We don't know that, but we know that these things are happening, but we don't know the outcome of it. So the certain thing is that the nuclear deterrence remains vital to Russia's interests.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you mentioned Russia and China working together. That was going to be my question. How do you see Russia and China working together in the Arctic more these days?
So we don't see a very close military-to-military cooperation in the Arctic. We are not sure if it's in Russia's interest to have China close in the Arctic. The Arctic is very important for Russia, and they see the Arctic as their strategic area of interest. So what we have seen is some sort of smaller exercises on the Coast Guard sort of level. We have seen, of course, Chinese research in the Arctic, which is very often also dual-use research, which most of the research are today. So we see Chinese vessels in the Arctic. We see that China is developing icebreakers. They don't need that in the South China Sea. They need it in the Arctic. So we see all these things happening. But we don't know how far they will go in that cooperation.
You're really good at anticipating my questions. I was going to talk about icebreakers. In Pasi, I think no one better to talk about that. Can you tell us a little bit about the importance of icebreakers in the region? Obviously, very important, but Finland is supplying the US with a bunch of new icebreakers soon. They're going to come online the next couple of years. Can you tell us about that? And as the changing climate happens in the Arctic, can you tell us the importance of being able to access this area?
Well, access is essential, and as Eric was pointing out, everything has to do with climate change. Climate change is a very unfortunate thing, but it's opening up new sea lanes, and it's opening up economic opportunities. And China is very keen to work in the Arctic. And now, given the global situation, Russia is increasingly dependent on China for financing, for technology, and for other types of support. And you're right, Eric, I don't think it's a marriage of love between China and Russia, but it's a marriage of convenience. So the Chinese are really putting their weight on Putin to get access to the northern waters and the energy resources. So we need access on all domains, and sea is essential. And we should not overestimate the accessibility to these waters. They are very rough, and you need ice-capable vessels, icebreakers, but also Navy ships that are ice-capable. And Finland, we have a long tradition of building these ships, and we're working now with the United States Coast Guard to build some, what they call Arctic security cutters.
Mm-hmm. Right, and as we were talking about yesterday, the U.S. Navy doesn't have any icebreakers right now. So thank you very much for your help on that one. Tom, the Arctic is also really important for its natural resources, as we've sort of alluded to, oil and gas, critical minerals. Can you tell us a little bit about the energy potential in the Arctic and how climate change is opening that up, and how the U.S. is going to take advantage?
Sure. Well, under President Trump's leadership, we're focusing on probably 4 main areas in the Arctic. First is our military and our national security, and really driving our science to support that. That's always got to be number one, is the safety and well-being of the American people and everybody else we take care of in this country, American citizens. 2 is going to be our energy security, and I'll come back to that, to your question. 3 is our economic development in the Arctic, and finally, what we'll call community security. Energy security, here's an amazing thing. We are looking at the biggest investment ever in U.S. energy industry in our Arctic right now, and it's literally in the process of getting hammered out. This is a $50+ billion investment going into a 2-stage LNG project that will develop natural gas, bring it from the North Slope first back down to Anchorage, and to serve that area, and then for an export-driven operation going primarily to serve our partners in Asia. So that's a $50 billion deal. But then at the Commission, we're also focused on the I call them over-the-horizon energy opportunities. So for instance, in Alaska, we spend a lot of time on something developing what's called a white or gold hydrogen. We think that's highly prospective. This would be naturally occurring hydrogen that's a result of the specific geographic features there. And we think that that can be located and developed in more of a distributed energy pattern. So that's a good example. Geothermal energy, there's big sources of that. One of our priorities at the Commission is also going out on the Aleutians and really developing. That's, I would submit to you, is America's first island chain, right? This is the bridge of islands that stretch out almost to Russia. In fact, one of the things we're doing at the Commission, folks will know Atu, scene of the bloodiest battle in American history since Antietam. Not talked a lot about in our schools, unfortunately, but a World War II battle where the island was overtaken by the Japanese. Last time since the War of 1812, we had to repel enemy invaders from our own shores, with the loss of life of 549 Americans, almost 2,800 Japanese. In fact, 28 Japanese were warriors. 28 of them walked off the island alive. That island today is about the size of New York City. It's abandoned. It sits at the closest point that we have in the 50 states to Beijing and Pyongyang. It's the furthest point we got from Washington, D.C. So we want to go out there and set up science. It's right on a crucial nexus of all these trade lanes going forward, the Great Circle going past it. So, but in that place, we look at geothermal. So,
yeah, that's really important to the future of the Arctic. Before I move on to a different topic, I want to just point out that General, we talked yesterday about how they built a new AI data center in your hometown, and it was on the cover of Time magazine. So can you just briefly tell us about that?
So the Arctic is just like Tom said, it's about resources, energy, hydropower. So I grew up in a very small town north of the Arctic Circle called Bjerkvik, close to Narvik, city of Narvik, which was taken by the Germans in World War II and retaken by the Allies. It was the first Allied victory over Nazi Germany in May 1940. So this small town has, of course, a lot of hydropower, electric power. So OpenAI is building a huge data center there. And it shows the possibilities in the Arctic. And that's the way Norway has always been thinking. The Arctic is our future. That's where we have the resources, oil and gas, fisheries, and to pursue that wealth that is actually there in the Arctic, we have to work on the vision that we want high north with low tensions.
Yeah,
and that's the way we are doing it also when it comes to trying to have some sort of dialogue with Russia to preserve the low tensions in the Arctic and make sure that we can have a prosperous future also in the Arctic.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'd be remiss on Arctic Panel if I didn't ask about Greenland. I wonder, I want to talk about I wonder how much of this increased NATO presence in the Arctic is part of a push to reassure President Trump that NATO is taking Arctic security seriously in light of the interest in Greenland. So, Pasi, maybe you could take that on first.
Well, what comes to Greenland is obviously, in my first statement, we need to increase our presence in the Arctic. We need to catch up with our adversaries. Greenland is obviously a strategic position. And there was more presence during the Cold War, and then we sort of wound it down, but we need to go back. What comes to Greenland's future is obviously for the people of Greenland and for the people of Greenland alone to decide where they want to be, who they want to be partnered with. And Greenland and Denmark and all of us, Kingdom of Denmark, we're part of the same NATO alliance. So if there are security issues and some of the security concerns are valid, it's not like there are Chinese ships sailing around Greenland as we speak. We don't see that. But in the longer term, we have to be sure that we secure Greenland as part of our Arctic presence, but we have to do it together. And many things are already ongoing. You refer to some of the exercises. NATO has this Arctic Sentry initiative, so we're doing already more. Denmark, the government of Denmark is investing heavily already. So things are happening, but let's do it together.
And Tom, I know everyone wants to hear from you on this topic. So does Trump still want to buy Greenland, and why?
Well, first I can see my friend, the ambassador from Denmark, sitting out here somewhere. But hey, that's a great question.
Your biggest fan.
I will tell you, here's a couple things. I think, and I want to be very respectful to our NATO partners here. Look, this is a tremendous powerhouse here of Scandinavian resources. They are really the ones who never left the Arctic, right? The U.S., as I talked about before, we're talking about making America great again, making the Arctic great again. Look, we have a great history in Greenland that goes back to even our earliest colonial days of whaling. I'm talking in the 1690s, the 1720s, way when we were still a British colony. We were dispatching boats from Narragansett. There were even some of the first African-American fortunes were made in fishing and whaling in Greenland. So there's a lot of history there. We've obviously had a partnership over the years. The Greenlanders, or the Inuit there, came from Alaska originally. So look, it's North America. We respect the people of Greenland. We respect our partners in the Kingdom of Denmark. We want the best for everybody. I think there's a group of people having a productive dialogue on that, and I'm going to leave that to them. But we all have, as I mentioned, we have overriding necessities that we need to collaborate and cooperate on. And some of these are things, that can only be done with people in the ground. Like, for instance, you asked about Russia and China. They're out there exploring right now in a place called the Gecko Ridge. Keep in mind, the Arctic is 80% ice and water, and only 25% mapped. 75% of the Arctic is still unknown. There is so much unknowns out in the Arctic. They discovered and it's the same for Antarctica. A couple of weeks ago.
I gotta say, I feel like you didn't really answer the question.
How many more minutes do we have?
Well, the president just a couple days ago posted that truth, I think, he truthed a picture of the U.S. and Greenland was, had a U.S. flag on it.
Yeah.
So Yeah, what's going on
there?
I
would tell you, like, look, the U.S. has always been a great partner for Greenland. My own grandfather was fought there in World War II. He was part of. He came from the Lower East Side of New York. He lived in an apartment that didn't have hot running water. English was his third language. He was a seafarer from Galicia. Dan's is actually, ironically, there were Viking invasions in the north of Spain. So my friends from the kingdom don't laugh when I tell them, hey, I was once one of you. They went to war. They did incredible things. We built our base up there in 100 days. We sent a flotilla. Only the U.S. Navy could send 120 ships with 300,000 pounds of cargo, get things done in 120 days, build a base in the Arctic. It's unreal. So we want to be partners with them. We want to be partners with the Greenlanders and the Danes, and I think we're going to work it out.
Okay, General, you wanted to say something.
So Greenland is of course important for U.S. security. My focus is of course even either further east to the Kola Peninsula, where the actual threat comes from. But we need to work together on this, and we have all the mechanisms in place. And that was my sort of starting point: is that we know how to do this on the military side to secure the Arctic from a NATO perspective. And before I came to Aspen, and I had a chance to drive through that Independence Pass, I went to see U.S. Northern Command in Colorado Springs, because it's obviously that the Arctic is linked to homeland defense in the United States. So we are working hard on the military side to ensure that we have all the mechanisms in place to have the same situational awareness, have the response necessary if needed, and that's the way we should solve all this.
And Pasi, you wanted to say something also?
Final point on Greenland, and then we can move on, hopefully.
I don't know, I like Greenland.
No, so we're working on it together, and I have full trust in the discussions between the United States government and the Kingdom of Denmark. If the unthinkable, I mean, I don't see any way that there could be any sort of a forceful, aggressive approach by the United States. If there was, imagine the impact not only on the global political system, but on the global economy. Number one, it would be a free pass for China to approach the plans on Taiwan, and it would just send an enormous shock to the global economy. So if you're thinking about cost of living in the United States today, I mean, you have seen nothing.
Yeah, no, that's all really good points. Well, we don't unfortunately have Denmark's representation up here. I feel like we need that on a Greenland, on an Arctic and Greenland topic. So I want to give a question to Denmark's ambassador to the U.S., Jesper. Hello. I'd love to see if you have a question for our panelists.
Was that a question, or do you want me to ask a question?
I would like you to ask a question.
But,
well, you can make it a comment if you want.
But I actually would make another point then. I think it's very important to underline that right now we have exactly what we should have had the whole time, which is a diplomatic process between the Kingdom of Denmark and the United States, and that all the aspiration that has been articulated, stronger security, more economic collaboration, all of that is possible within all the existing structures that we have. The US had 17 bases, facilities during the Cold War. Now there's one. We have never made that decision. That's the United States. And we have said very clearly all the time that we are open for any discussion about expanding that collaboration. But I think the most crucial point is exactly as the Finnish representative said, that yes, this has been something between the Kingdom of Denmark and the United States, something that should obviously never have happened, but the implications are so much broader. And that's why it's so important for all of us that we get this closed very, very soon.
Yeah, well said. Thank you. Thank you. Well, we can move on now, Tom. I want to talk about space, the Arctic space race. We had a really interesting discussion yesterday, informally, about the limitations of certain satellites covering the Arctic. So maybe, General, you can go first and tell us a little bit about the importance of the Arctic satellite program.
It goes back to what Pasi also said, and Tom, you know, these are huge areas, and the only way to have good surveillance and to have good understanding of what's going on. And also for research purposes, you need more satellite coverage in the Arctic, both for communication, for positioning and timing, and for surveillance. But then you need satellites, especially for communication. You need them in a polar orbit, which is different than what most satellites today are flying in. So to get the right connectivity, you have to continue to work on the space program in the Arctic. And we need to do it together. And it has to be dual use because it's very costly. So Norway has a program that we launched some years ago called the Arctic Satellite Broadband Mission. It's a combined dual-use program with both military payload and civilian payload, and that will continue. And we do this together with partners like the United States, Denmark, and others. Because to put out these constellations, you have to do it together and not depend on, for a small nation like Norway, do it alone. So that's the way we're working on space in the Arctic.
And Pasi, maybe we'll just go down the line. Can you tell us a little bit about what Finland is doing in space and any concerns that you have about Russia and China's activity in the space area?
No, as I said, good things are happening. Airlines are investing in the Arctic capabilities. Even Canada, I forgot to mention, Canada is investing heavily in their Arctic. But we just need to do more. We need to have more satellites up there, sovereign satellites that are in our own hands. And there has to be of the various types, optical, but also radar satellites. Radar satellites also are important not only for monitoring the traffic and seeing what happens there, but also understanding the ice patterns and seeing what happens with the ice. I think there was recent news about the ice in Greenland melting and how the water will change the flows of the ocean and will affect temperatures in Europe. So this is serious business. And military security is serious, but also the impact of climate change is serious, serious business.
Yeah, and Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, so we talk about a new space race in the Arctic, and we'll call it the race for the ionosphere. And basically, this is what's crucial for the U.S. and its partners going forward. There are two things here. We're talking about icebreakers and, of course, undersea, but they call that persistent presence. You have to be out there continually. The other thing is predictive modeling. You need to understand the ionosphere, so like 30 miles up to maybe 600 miles in space. Keep in mind, what's different about the Arctic is this is where the Earth's magnetic fields converge. And it's a special phenomenon, both ends of the Earth, right? But you pull in all these, it's actually pulling in all sorts of particles from space, and they're becoming a lot of electrons bouncing around. They're very disturbed fields, right? That's why you have the polar lights, the aurora borealis. That's that physical effect, but that's hell on communications and high frequency. So and everything, again, submarines don't operate, it's not like a Waze system, like in your car, you plug it in, you see where you're going. Submarines rely on something called inertial navigation. So they are navigating based on both things up in the sky where they'll punch up once a day, but also relying on things in the Earth's geoid, so their magnetic fields or their disparities. So the idea is to be able to capture them, know them, and these are continually evolving phenomena, and then be able to pull in all these robust data and process them and develop the predictive model. So you can both be on the defensive and potentially also have the offensive capability to both deny communications and to assure, to provide for resiliency over the horizon. Everything that drives your Golden Dome, right? It all comes through the Arctic, but everything that's driving your next online purchase through Amazon is also flowing through the Arctic. So if the Arctic, when President Trump talks about the Arctic security and Greenland being part and parcel to the U.S., he's talking about our own everyday lives of not just the U.S., but our partners in Europe and around the world.
Yeah, space is so important for the Arctic, especially with the weather in the area, right? And it can really become a national security threat if you don't know exactly what's coming, right? Does one of you want to talk a little bit about that before we get to our last question?
So it's back to also what Pasi and Thomas already mentioned. It's the effect of climate change in the Arctic is really, you can see it. So I grew up there. You know, when I was a kid, I could hunt in the mountainside and you could walk across the glaciers because there was always snow on them, even in the fall. And then there was a period where it was only ice. And now you can walk the same routes again because there are no ice left. And you see that on the infrastructure in the Arctic. You see it on the Russian side because they have built it on permafrost that starts melting. We see it in in Svalbard, the Norwegian island in the Arctic, where you need to renovate the airfield more regularly. So you see the melting of the permafrost. Then you see the melting of the ice, and we don't know what will happen with the weather, with the waves with the ocean, once the ice cap sort of melts away. We know that it's going to be different, that's for sure, but we don't know exactly how that will affect us. But it will be more extreme weather, harder conditions, but also new possibilities, like Pasi mentioned.
Yeah, that's really kind of a scary thought. But okay, well, our time is running out, and I've been asked to ask a last question of the panelists. I'd like each of you to give one audacious idea about the Arctic. And Tom, I'll start with you.
Well, I know this may be challenging for a lot of us, and frankly, part of my own story is I learned Russian as a kid. I went to, we had a lot of different languages in the house, but I learned it at a public school outside Baltimore. And my teachers were from something called the OGA, Other Government Agency. What can I tell you? And I went over and I studied in the Soviet Union, learned Russian. My best friend was Ukrainian. We marched in the streets in the biggest protest since 1917 for independence. So full scale, I spent 30 years investing across Russia, building businesses there. I'll tell you what, the challenge is we need to be able to communicate with the Russians. We need to find and work toward a peace. We have to do it from a position of strength. We've got some very important things to clear up with them with Ukraine, absolutely. But we have to work towards peace in the Arctic. So, constructively, like I said, we're neighbors with Russia. We have issues. Fisheries are your biggest, probably near-term thing. People will be familiar with no kings, maybe some in the room here. Well, we've got no king salmon, and we have no king crab, Alaskan king crab, right? And they have moved into Russian waters. We've got a crisis, but we have no scientific cooperation right now. So in a narrow sense, we have to get together with them. We have to provide for the common good for the generations ahead. Remember, this is 250 years we just rolled over. We're looking out the next 250. We've got to do bold and imaginative things. I think the Arctic is a great place. We need to work together across the aisle, bipartisan. It's a long-term thing, so yeah. we want cooperation here in the Arctic.
Absolutely. And Pasi, I know you got to go catch a flight, so why don't you go next?
Yeah, having listened to all the fantastic discussions over the past 3 days, my audacious idea, and this is very radical, please hold on to your seats. What if we started viewing our airlines as an asset and not a liability? The United States, with all its military might, with all its economic might, with all its innovation, the United States still needs its allies. Allies like Norway and Finland, because we have something to give. And Finland for sure, we need the United States. So let's work together. So let's make alliances great again.
Well said. And General, your turn. Last word.
No, it goes along the same way as Pasi said. So the United States has always been our most important ally. It will remain that for the long-term future. There is no other nation that can replace the United States. So my idea, my suggestion, use that leadership wisely. Bring together those Arctic 7 nations, work on the dialogue that Tom talked about with Russia to find out how you scientifically can preserve the Arctic, and bring also in Japan. So together we can make the Arctic great again.
Awesome. Well, join me in thanking our wonderful panelists. This is so great. And we're just on time, too.
ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us on this last day where we've covered everything from the United Nations, the future of development, Africa, that fascinating discussion on the Arctic, and now we are going to bring it all home. We have talked a lot during the last 2.5 days about innovation and how, in the United States at least here, we have to stand up and do things on our own. We heard that over and over again. We heard it from Karl Rove, we heard it from Jane Harman, we heard it from our technology leaders that were with us, and to really bring that home and how we do that here in the United States, we have a fantastic final panel for you. Senator Bill Cassidy is the U.S. Senator from Louisiana. He's chairman of the Health, Education, and Labor Committee, but also he is working really hard to strengthen America's industrial base and to prevent China from undermining it. John Cornyn is the U.S. Senator from Texas since 2002. He sits on every committee known to man, and also in a way that's near and dear to my heart, Texas, of course, is a great innovation state, a great semiconductor state, and Senator Cornyn had a whole lot to do with getting through the CHIPS and Science Act and its analog, the Endless Frontiers Act. And Tim Hogg is wonderful. He, until very recently, served as the commander of U.S. Cyber Command and the 19th director of the National Security Agency. And to interview them, we have none other than Jonathan Martin, the Politics Bureau Chief of Politico. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Anja. Thank you for that introduction. It's great to be here with all of you. This finale of a fantastic week here in Aspen, and I'm thrilled to be with a very distinguished panel. I want to start with the news of the day with the two senators. General, we'll keep you out of this, but just the news of the day with the two senators, which of course is President Trump's speech last night. Steve Hayes, somebody I think both of you know, a longtime conservative, said that the important thing isn't the speech, it's what the speech is meant to set up. And I want to ask both senators, does that speech last night give you alarm about the sanctity of this fall's elections, the midterm elections, and President Trump's intentions this fall? Yes, sir.
Well, we have 109 days until the midterm elections, and I don't understand talking about what happened 6 years ago in light of these upcoming elections. And, you know, frankly, as a member of the Senate Intelligence Committee, there wasn't a whole lot new. I mean, the president gets his president's daily brief. He's entitled to classified information. That now, some of this was declassified, but we've known that our adversaries are trying to influence our elections for a long time. Russians in 2016, you know, the Chinese, Iranians, the North Koreans, anybody who can try to sow discord in the United States, and particularly during our elections, is going to do that. But the bottom line is none of this would have changed the outcome. Right. So I guess I don't get it.
Does it give you pause about this fall's elections, though, his intentions?
Well, I think, you know, historically, the midterms are, for the party in power, are really tough, as you know. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm concerned about it. So we ought to be talking about things looking forward that our constituents are most concerned about.
Senator Cassidy?
My concern is that, as a Republican, my concern is that it's setting up a Democratic wave election. We should be talking about what matters to the people around the kitchen table. And right now, they can't afford their health care, their housing, their groceries, or the gasoline. And so Republicans have good plans for that. We should be talking about our plans to make life more affordable for the average American. The president, I understand Steve's, I'm sidestepping your point. Steve's concerned. I noticed. Steve's concerned that there'll be some sort of kind of military sort of, we're going to send the troops out there and grab the ballot boxes. But one thing about
you weren't worried about that.
What's that?
You weren't worried about that.
Our electoral system, his job is to always interrupt me.
He's used to it.
But our electoral system is incredibly decentralized. Yeah. I mean, it's incredibly decentralized. There's not like one place where you can go and control the master election across the country. Every state has their own system, and within that state, there's sometimes subsystems. And so it would take a really massive effort to do that. I'm not saying we shouldn't be vigilant, but that is not what bubbles up to the top of my mind.
General, I want to bring you in here, but I also want to hear from the two senators on this as well, which is the bigger picture question that I think we're grappling with. It's kind of the elephant in the room after 3 days here, which is the amount of innovation, technology, skill of our military, our private sector, the healthcare system, our scientists, our engineers in this country is extraordinary. It's not reflected, present company, with all due respect, in the civilian leadership necessarily of this country, at least at current. How do we bridge that gap between the extraordinary gains, the research, the technology, the innovation we have in this country, and a political leadership that oftentimes is deeply partisan, polarized between the two parties, and fixated on the next election rather than a 20-year, 100-year horizon? Senator Gordon?
Well, trends come and go, and but the one thing that I think is irrefutable is we are the economic powerhouse of the world, and our capital markets are capable of doing things that no other country can do. And obviously, we're in a competition, particularly with China, on a number of topics. Everything from AI to quantum computing to you name it, advanced semiconductor manufacturing. But I think we are in the process, slowly but surely, of unleashing American private sector capital to help finance some of the things we need to do. And because we realize that some of our acquisition and procurement programs through the U.S. military are terribly broken. The valley of death between the private sector and the Pentagon is famous. And the only way you can actually do something with the Pentagon is start with $1 billion, like Palmer Luckey did, or Elon Musk, or the folks at Palantir, and then develop something on your own and then sell it to the United States government. So I'm not pessimistic at all. We've seen ups and downs. I'm optimistic, but I'm glad we are finally, I think, on the right trajectory to compete favorably and win in our competition with China.
General, talk about bridging that gap, the valley of death, as Senator Cornyn called it. He was talking about the Pentagon specifically, but it's really broader than that between the public sector, our public leadership, and the extraordinary talent and innovation happening in the private sector. How do you bridge that in this country?
So I think starting, we've had a lot of conversation about artificial intelligence. And think about the opportunity today. If we believe this technology is going to affect every American, every global citizen, what does that mean for opportunity for United States leadership? And initially, the administration wanted to stay hands-off. They've obviously now started to think about what regulation looks like in response to potential cyber threats. But what would that opportunity look like if today U.S. leadership was bringing together allies and adversaries to have a conversation about the appropriate use of this technology in warfare? Helping to set, what is the stage? What does that look like? What would it look like if we were focused on using it as a lever to be able to talk to nations around using the technology built on democratic values, not autocratic values, to be able to permeate that that would have economic benefits for the United States, but it would also be building off a foundation that's consistent with values and norms. And the final one, what would it look like if today we were thinking about a targeted research effort that would allow every citizen to benefit from the technology, not just within the United States, but if we were bringing together academia, bringing together other countries, international organizations, bringing in nonprofits to say, how are we going to make sure that the global citizenry is going to benefit from the potential of this technology in healthcare, in agricultural, in education? There is an opportune moment for leadership. And hopefully now, based off the fact that there's an understanding of the technology, looking at it through a risk lens in cybersecurity, we will also look at it through an opportunity to lead in ways that allows that gap to be closed and we can fully realize the technology.
Hey, you've called this, there you go. Don't be shy. You've called this AI technology a new means of production even.
Well, I think that's a question, is that you could certainly walk through and say, if this technology reaches its full potential, will it have an impact of a means of production shift that we have seen in previous major technology shifts? And if that is true, there is a role for government to set the conditions for the employment of that technology so that the benefits are going to be felt throughout the society. When we did that previously, in the Industrial Revolution and other major technology shifts, that took decades to permeate. this technology, when we think about when all of us first asked ChatGPT their first question,
Yeah.
to where we are today, this technology is moving so much more rapidly.
The best lunch in Aspen was where it began, right? Exactly. Senator Cassidy, let's talk about the competition, because this is something that you're passionate about, I know, and Senator Cornyn, you as well. Since 2000, China has increased its emissions more than the US and Europe have decreased their emissions. A wise man told me. You have a bill to address this disparity on emissions. Tell me about that and how it would apply for this larger challenge about the sort of AI space race that we're living through in the 21st century.
Thank you, Jonathan. The only way innovation in tech contributes to our national security is if we have an industrial base by which to translate that innovation into products which can actually benefit our national security, number one. Number two, if your manufacturing, your critical minerals, and your supply chains are controlled by Beijing, you are not secure. President Eisenhower would speak about how economic security is important for our national security and for world peace. Now, Jonathan brought up the environmental. We just spoke of national security being related to economic security, but I can make a case that economic security is related to energy policy. The Europeans right now don't have a really good energy policy, and they are suffering from economic insecurity. But that, in turn, is related to your environmental standards. China does not enforce international standards of controlling air pollution, and by doing so, they lower their cost of production by 20%. That incentivizes manufacturing to move from the free world, if you will, to China, taking jobs with it, creating economic unrest in our country, but denuding our manufacturing base. Let me go back to my first point. If you don't have an industrial base, I don't care what innovation you have. And if China controls your manufacturing, your supply chain, and your critical minerals, you're dependent upon them. I have a policy that I've been working on that would penalize China for ignoring those international standards, leveling the playing field so that you don't get a 20% benefit for going there and getting off scot-free for air pollution, by leveling the playing field, incentivizing industry to move back to the US and other free countries, restoring our industrial base. We want China to be a frenemy, not an enemy. And I think this is, if you will, a way to confront them in something consistent with Western values, as opposed to a kinetic war, which is something we should all fear.
Senator Cornyn, the same topic, you've in the past said, quote, "We are feeding the hand that is preparing to bite us," meaning China.
Yeah, others have said we're giving them the rope with which to hang us. And, you know, the whole notion that because, you know, the economy is global, that we can delegate manufacturing to countries like China because it's cheaper, and we can buy toys for our kids at Christmas that are cheaper than if they were made in the United States, has created this untenable dependency on these supply chains. I mean, what opened my eyes and what caused me to go to Mark Warner, my counterpart on the Chips and Science Act, was the fact that when COVID hit, I asked my governor, I said, "Governor, what do you need?" He said, "We needed testing and we needed PPE."
Right.
And I said, "What's PPE?" He said, "You know, masks and gowns." "Oh, personal protective equipment." I get it. He said, "We don't make it in America." And so you start thinking a little bit more about things like advanced semiconductors, 90% of which are made in Asia and 10% are made here. TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor in Taiwan, has a wonderful business model. We design the chips and they actually make them. But the problem is we have another pandemic, we have a natural disaster, or heaven forbid, a military conflict. Our goose is cooked, not only economically, but from a national security perspective. But just like European dependency on Russian gas, it takes a while to diversify your sources, and we are in the process of doing that now. But this is an incredible vulnerability for our country. Now all the active ingredients essentially in the pharmaceutical products that the generics we take are made in China. and the rare earths that make the magnets that go in everything with an engine, with an electric motor.
Yeah.
90% of them are made in China. Those are incredible vulnerabilities for us. So those are things we got to fix.
Senator, stick with me for a second. I know that most Americans broadly grasp that we have to win the 21st century race with China on AI, but that's easier said than done when they look at their power bill and they see their rates going up higher and higher. Tell me how you balance the domestic politics of this need for growth in data centers, this need for, this reality of sort of higher utility rates with the broader geopolitical reality that we have to win this race.
Well, you can't.
What do you tell voters?
You can't be a leader in AI without data centers, and you can't build data centers without advanced semiconductors. And you can't do it without energy, electricity, and water. And so there has been some pushback, and I noticed in New York, there's a year-long moratorium on the development of new data centers.
Right.
What I worry about is that this may perhaps be contributed to by our adversaries who want us to lose, and they want to win. But I think as a practical matter, Bill and I have to deal with constituents who have concerns about these things, and they're legitimate concerns. And we need to make sure that local stakeholders are always a participant in these decisions. But I will tell you right now, in Abilene, Texas, there are 6,000 construction workers working on one of the largest data centers in the world. And they are happy campers because of what that's doing to their economy. It's not something Washington or an outside force can force upon local people because there are local consequences. But they need to be convinced that on balance, it's going to make their life better.
Yes. General, a question for you. How do we shift from a paradigm in which the government is protecting its defense assets to a sort of broader defense model that shields the private industry as well? I mean, obviously, the government's focused on protecting its defense assets, military bases, et cetera. But we're now at a point where a lot of the incursions from hostile actors are not targeting U.S. military assets. They're targeting every sector of the economy.
So I think when we talk about innovation within the defense sector, it happens in a couple different ways. One of those is you'll see in small units everywhere across the department, across every service, there's innovation happening every day. And those are things that are advancing. They're doing the debrief of what happened yesterday, and they're getting better every day. Inside the broader department, in terms of innovation that will impact the capabilities that we use, those are the harder things. Those are the ones that Congress is deeply involved in. And the one right now today that is trying to bring together venture capital, innovation, lessons learned from Ukraine, lessons learned from the current conflict is how we defend assets from UAVs, ballistic missiles, so unmanned aerial vehicles, ballistic missiles. So you're seeing now an enormous flood of technology into that space. And I think that's the one that the department's going to get graded on in the short term. Can we deploy new technology that will defend military bases throughout threatened regions? But then I think there's a policy conversation that is, any of those technologies, do they need to permeate into areas where you would protect elements of the private sector? And some of that could be things that are non-kinetic, that could be placed on top of data centers. Some of it is, how do we share threat information from the government to those elements? But it is an area that is going to require a lot more detailed thought, both about commercial interest, but also about what data centers are going to support military operations in the future, ensuring their availability.
Senator Cassidy, this is obviously a campaign year. It's an election year. There may not be a lot of lawmaking between now and Election Day, but as you know from past election years, the lame duck period in between the election and the next Congress can often be a fertile period for legislation. If you could wave a wand, if Bill Cassidy wave a wand, what are the 2 or 3 things you think are imperative for the Congress to do and the President to sign when it comes to setting the country up for the best possible technological gains, innovation for the long term in the short term, meaning this calendar year?
So this may seem far afield, but we need to first we need to make significant strides to addressing our nation's indebtedness. If we're speaking about the economic health of our country, and if we have 10-year Treasury bonds with upward pressure because of the amount of money we have to borrow, I'm a gastroenterologist, I'm not a finance guy. Let me just tell you that. But when you just see what the cost of the contribution to the problem of housing, of higher interest rates, then you got to do something about that. So taking care of our fiscal house is important for that reason, to show that Congress can actually work together and pass a budget. The military will say, my gosh, if you're just giving us short-term CRs, it's very difficult for us to plan together. So Congress has become famous for dysfunction. It's never been used. I remember when I was a kid, Art Buchwald wrote a column. It would take Congress 3 years to cook 3-minute rice. And he went through all the options that Congress would have to figure out. Okay, so things haven't changed that much, but we still got to pull that off where we can show that when it comes to addressing issues such as the general or as John are speaking of, we can actually work together. I'll stop with those two. The others are kind of self-evident. We do need to get more support for the military, but we need to do it in a way which is paid for.
Yeah, I would say permitting reform is going to be top of my list.
Why does that matter so much?
Well, because it's hard to build things in America. It takes, just the litigation after you get through the permitting process is endless and enormously expensive, and it prevents things from being built on a timely basis. But you can't, water is a big issue. We got way too much water in the last few days in Texas. But before that, we were in a drought. And the idea of building new water reservoirs for the population that continues to grow in our state is a huge problem because you can't do it in shorter than 10 years or more. So I think, President Trump's got the idea right. We got to build more things here, and for the reasons we've talked about and others. But we can't do that if you can't get the permitting at the local, state, and federal level on a timely basis, and you can't at least provide some limit to endless litigation, which may make it commercially unviable.
Senator, you want to jump in?
I agree with that. Let me just elaborate, because I don't want politicians speak on these glossy kind of goals, but they don't give particulars. Permitting reform is a particular. Also, on controlling the national debt, I should give a particular. Dick Durbin, and he's the lead, but I'm the co-lead, just introduced a bill that would set up a process by which Congress would have a vote on fixing Social Security before the end of the year. If we address the long-term, the unfunded accrued liability in Social Security, we take care of 20% of our nation's indebtedness. And so that's a practical way in which we can do it, but that sets us up for that economic strength that allows us to otherwise address the challenges before us.
A profile and courage.
There you go. General, I want to come to you, and then we'll take some questions from the audience, but as a career military man, former head of the NSA, you've dealt with Congress quite a bit over the years. If there was one thing that this Congress could do this calendar year to set the country up on the best possible course for success technologically in the long term, what would it be this year?
Well, I think the NDAA offers a lot of opportunity.
The defense authorization bill.
And in there, I think certainly there's going to be address of what is now issues as it relates to the expenditure of munitions and other things. But there's an opportunity to also set the conditions for how the department begins to think about really critical issues. How we're going to leverage artificial intelligence. What should every department and agency in the executive branch be reporting to Congress about the use of artificial intelligence? What's its purpose? What are we spending on? And how are we doing? How is it transparent, so that we know that if it produces a harm, we can unwind it, we understand how it's employed, and we're able to then ensure that it's rectified. So I think there's a lot of conditions that could be set. In addition, it would go to the very specific line item type things that the senators were talking about.
All right, let's take some questions from the audience. Yes, sir, over there in the orange shirt against the window.
Thank you. Toby Harshaw from Bloomberg Opinion. As a New Yorker, I apologize on behalf of my state for that moratorium. That backlash, according to a report from Morgan Stanley yesterday, said that local backlash has delayed or canceled $286 billion of data center projects. A big part of that is what it does to the grid and energy bills, but we have a very old and very magical technology that can provide that kind of energy, which is nuclear. Is there any chance of selling communities on both those things?
I would just say that nobody likes change, even from worse to better, per Samuel Johnson. And so there's always going to be resistance to change. I will say in the Northeast, you have artificially elevated energy costs to begin with, and you have constrained supply because there's been forced shutdown of nuclear power plants, and even the offshore wind that you'd like to bring up is a multiple of what would be produced if you had natural gas, but your political establishment is against more natural gas plants. So I think you guys are in trouble. But if you want to talk about Louisiana and Texas, Meta is just doubling the size of the plant of the data center they're setting up in Northeast Louisiana, and it's already the size of Manhattan. They're going to make it even bigger, and the local parish just gave each of their school teachers a $50,000 a year bonus from the increased tax revenue from what Meta is bringing in. Now, I think we need to sell the story of how it brings a practical benefit to the construction workers, to their families, to the union guys who are paying into their pensions who otherwise wouldn't be because of this work. It just ripples out. Our argument should be he or she who defines the argument wins the debate. On this, we have to begin to speak about the practical benefits that it's bringing to communities. It may be a lost cause in a place with baseline high electricity cost, but elsewhere we should be able to make that argument. It should be local, but we should make the argument.
Isn't this the challenge, Senator, that a lot of Democrats are uneasy with natural gas or even nuclear, and the president, for reasons having to do with birds and golf courses, doesn't like wind energy, and so that has stymied this effort to get permitting reform?
Well, one of the reasons the Texas economy is doing so well is because we're an all-of-the-above state. We produce more electricity from wind than any other state in the nation, but we don't stop there. And there's a lot of great future opportunities in terms of small nuclear reactors and the like. But, you know, I think this will go where the opportunity goes. Yeah. And unfortunately, that means that a lot of states in the sort of the Rust Belt and other places where they're losing population are going to continue to lose population to places where the jobs are being created. And these are good well-paying jobs. And again, it's not I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I worry that our adversaries who want to win this race and they want us to lose this race are using various ways to communicate in social media and elsewhere to try to scare people about AI and about data centers in a way that is not realistic. Now, I don't believe Congress really is competent to pass an AI regulation law. You remember what we did?
Tough but fair.
Pardon me?
Tough but fair.
Yeah. Well, you remember what we did on the internet? Basically, we took the position that we didn't want to burden the internet with a bunch of regulation. We wanted it to flourish and kind of see where it goes.
Is that a mistake in hindsight?
Well, Section 230 of the Communication Decency Act, of course, is a live topic because of some of the things that are, and that's an area where I think Congress can and should act. But my point is, Congress is a group of generalists. I mean, we got a gastroenterologist, a recovering lawyer,
judge,
and we got people with all sorts of backgrounds, and we rely on the world's best expertise, people like the general, to help advise us. But I think it's better to do this on a sector-by-sector basis where the government is already involved in some sort of regulation rather than do it in a comprehensive fashion.
Question in the front row here. The floral dress.
Thank you. I'm Rebecca Anderson. I'm with the McKinsey Global Institute, also an Aspen Rising leader. I fully appreciate the points of that basically innovation can only go so far without an industrial base, and also that U.S. capital markets, financial markets, incredibly deep, the deepest in the world, and an enormous advantage as well. But one building block that really hasn't been discussed here is skills and broader workforce. So China, on a given year, graduates 10x the number of engineers that the United States does. A recent Semiconductor Industry Association report said that looking forward in the US semiconductor industry over the next decade, up to 58% of potential roles might go unfilled based off of current degree pipelines. So what can be done to really fill some of these skills gaps?
Well, I think we need to train more people for these good, high-paying jobs, and we expanded the Pell Grant program to include trades. You know, if you want to become an electrician, HVAC mechanic, welder, you can do that. So you can actually build these data centers. But I also believe that legal immigration has been sort of the secret sauce for America. If you look back at Richard Rhodes' book on the making of the atomic bomb, he points out that the reason why we're not speaking German today and that we won the race to the atomic bomb is because of a bunch of Jewish German immigrants who came here to the United States. So I'm all for border security and enforcement of existing laws. I don't think that should be negotiable, but I do think we got to move past that, or not past that, build on that to try to reform our immigration laws so we can continue to attract the best and the brightest people in the world to help us win this race.
And it's an advantage over China, because China's never going to have that advantage that we have, which is being able to sort of pick from the world's best and the brightest. Senator Cassidy, you wanted to jump in here?
Two things about that. We need to reimagine how we as Team Freedom approach the problem. It does not have to be solely a United States issue. We can lead the free world. And by the free world, I mean the EU, the Canadians, the South Koreans, the Japanese, the Australians, etc. And if we lead that, then we will have the coordinated benefits of that. It's three names you're going to know: the former president of Singapore, Lee Kuan.
Well, you, that's a great line, yeah.
He said Japanese have 1.1 billion.
Chinese.
The Chinese have 1.1 billion people. But if the United States coordinates, we have access to 7 billion people. Now, the United States has the ability to do that, and that's where our leadership should come from. And frankly, that's where I disagree with the current president, because I think he's atomizing our leadership role when we should be trying to bring people together on Team Freedom.
We're going to end with Andrea Mitchell. One final question from Andrea.
This is intimidating to have Andrea Mitchell doing the last question, you know what I'm saying?
Thank you. Well, I wanted to follow up on the way you opened with Stephen Hayes' comment, because you senators know so well what the protections are. You talked about how decentralized our elections are, but what are the protections against the militarization of elections with ballot boxes being taken with some kind of action that might interfere with the midterms?
Senator Cornyn?
Well, I think the decentralization of the elections is perhaps the single most important protection we have. Now, back when Mitch McConnell was majority leader, he was preaching against the Democrat efforts to try to centralize the election machinery, and we did that. And now, sort of, we find ourselves on the on the other end, suggesting that the federal government needs to take a more active role, and that's one of the reasons we don't have the votes to pass the Save America Act, because of people's concerns about the slippery slope to federal regulation of elections. I think this is going to work out okay, because I just don't believe Americans will tolerate the militarization of the election process by the federal government. I just can't bring myself to believe that.
And the SAVE Act's not going to pass, you don't think, this year?
SAVE Act, we don't have the votes to pass it, and the president wants to eliminate the filibuster, and that's not going to pass either. And I wish we'd move on and talk about other things, like Bill said, like kitchen table issues.
General, let me end with you here, because Rahm Emanuel made a comment yesterday that has been ringing in my head about this next century. He said, effectively, the world is waiting to see what's going to happen first. The Chinese get their act together economically, or the Americans get theirs together politically. Respond to that. Is that sort of the question ahead in terms of who's going to win this race for the 21st century?
Well, I think we have opportunity. I'll go back to where I started. There are many issues today where we have opportunity to lead. What the senator referenced about bringing the free world together around ideas and issues is an example, but there are things right in front of us. The work that is going on right now to respond to potential cyber response from the artificial intelligence capabilities that are being developed, if we flip that to the positive of how to get benefits and permeate those benefits across Team Freedom, what would that look like in terms of advancing the human condition, also our position in the world, and also China's position? And there's so much opportunity, we just have to choose to take it.
General Hawk, Bill Cassidy, John Cornyn, thank you all so much. Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jonathan, Senator Cornyn, Senator Cassidy, and to General Hawk. If you'll bear with me for 2 more minutes, that would be great. I can speak quickly, I promise, and you'll just have to listen quickly. So we've come to the end of the 2026 Aspen Security Forum. We just wanted to thank everybody. You can hold your applause till the end, but you know, it's been an incredible 4 days, and I just want to go over who makes all of this possible. Our partners, they're listed on the side there. Our patron pass holders, thank you. Our rising leaders from 2026 and the alums. Our speakers that have come from far and wide. The ambassadors and embassy officials that have joined us. Moderators and the press, thank you for joining us. The AV team, they did a great job. The Meadows staff, thank you for that. Our Aspen president at the moment, Maria Acebal, our executive vice president for policy programs, who is Danielle Bosson. In Aspen, Dulcie, Morgan, and Jordan and their team. John Purvis and Jenna as well, thank you for your help. And Zoe, Ari, and Crystal, thank you as well. Under the leadership, as you guys know, you heard from Condoleezza Rice, you heard from Nick Burns. Thank you to them. And of course, a huge thanks. Let's give a special round of applause to Anya. And if you didn't see her killer talk with Jamison Greer, that was just a masterful 45 minutes of getting through American trade. Well done, you. I'd love for all of our team to please stand up. These guys have been working so hard forever. Come on, where are you? Some of them are here. There's Deb, Alana, Leah. Oh, see that whole back table right there? They have been working tirelessly. We borrow some of our ex-employees back, like Chris and Emily. And then the real unsung heroes of the Aspen Security Forum. The big fat bears and the terrifying moose. They add a frisson to a national security conference that we think just adds a lot. But anyway, thanks to you all. We'll see you next year.